based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
How's your French going?
You can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babel.com.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Developing right now, I'll label this Trump, tariffs, and tacos. Well, maybe one taco, not so delicious. So this is after that. This is a Manhattan court. Man, Manhattan courts do not like President Trump, but it ruled that President Trump's administration overstepped its authority, and specifically that President Trump overstepped by invoking that emergency law to impose sweeping tariffs on nearly every country. So all these economists are coming out. By the way, you know, this is the Trump administration working into the wee hours of this morning, and they've already filed to push back on this. So this is the United States Court of International Trade ruling last night that the president had overstepped, like I say, his authority, invoking the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, right, to impose sweeping tariffs. So they're trying to shut him down and try to basically cut him off at the knees, if you will, because this is a key, well, the key to his economic plan. So that Manhattan-based New York City court ordering a permanent halt to most of President Trump's tariffs and further barred their future modification. These 3 judges giving the White House 10 days to complete the formal process of stopping these tariffs. Trump administration very quickly, and I saw, I think it was like 3 o'clock this morning, the appeal was already filed. So what are the options here? Is it a setback? Sure, it's a slight setback, but there's a lot here, and we'll get through all of it. And so I just, real quick here, I'll just take you through this, as the Trump administration has many legal means of imposing tariffs. So all these different, if you look through the U.S. trade laws, so I was looking at this last night, just studying, okay, what are the laws here? Lawyers always win. Man, I wish I would have gone to law school. So as far as U.S. trade law, Section 301. So if somebody says, oh, he's shut down, no. Section 301, Section 338 of the Trade Act of 1930, Section 122 does not require a formal investigation, could therefore be one of the swiftest ways to get around this court roadblock. And of course, as we talked about earlier on Kale and Company, and I mentioned this earlier, we talked about it, this may very well end up with a Supreme Court ruling. I think they may like to take a case like this one. I think SCOTUS backs the ability of the executive branch to make an emergency ruling. And so a local tiny court in little court in Manhattan should not have a national impact. And so that's my bottom line on that. I could talk all day about these different, because I was looking up U.S. trade law. There are many. I looked at 5 different avenues by which the Trump administration can get around this, and they certainly will in a workaround. So when I say taco, what do I mean? So taco, in short, and this is, some op-ed, some person who's making a commentary from the Financial Times, some dude. So taco, what does it stand for? Trump always chickens out. First of all, that's such an insult. Fight, fight, fight. Right here in Pennsylvania, what does the guy do? During an assassination attempt, and really you're saying he always chickens out? Give me a break. That's infuriating. Trump always chickens out. Taco. This is a Financial Times commentator by the name of Robert Armstrong. And he puts this out here. Don't worry, don't fret, because if you're worried or freaking out about the Trump tariffs, well, taco, Trump always chickens out. He's trying to be cute, right? So now this happened when President Trump is there making the big announcement. This is when a reporter confronts him. President Trump is there. He's making the big announcement with Judge Jeanine. She has her whole family there, right? And now she's left her glamorous job at Fox, and she's coming to work, as you know, for the Trump administration. And so he's making this announcement afterwards. Listen and this is the first time apparently he's hearing this, and you want to hear this, as a reporter asks Trump about taco.
Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And boom. I said you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till July 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number, And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever, and they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead.
So just think about President Trump as clearly he's never heard this taco thing. Now, I will say that if I had been the reporter asking the question, I would have said, Mr. President, something that you may not realize because you're here, making this big announcement, but something going viral across social media that I wanted to get your reaction to. Because this reporter it's a legitimate question that she is asking. I think she's a CNBC reporter. And so it's a legitimate question that she's asking, but it's based on something going viral on social media. So I would have, if I could give her a little advice or any reporter, I would simply say it's legitimate to say, Mr. President, for those people who perhaps are not paying attention, or maybe they get their news from social media, I wanted to give you, Mr. President, the opportunity to respond to this name calling or this allegation by some Wall Street analyst commentator from the Financial Times who's calling you taco, Trump always chickens out. And what do you say about that with regard to that? That's how I would have posed that question. I'm not sure if the CNBC, she's a financial person. I'm not sure that she's necessarily biased. He, of course, is sensitive to that because, oftentimes he gets those biased questions. But he's saying it's nasty, meaning, yeah, I think, the guy's trying to get some play. I'm not going to say his name again. Now, do tariffs usually require the approval of Congress? Yes, they do. But the president has argued, and that was the argument here, that the president, the executive branch, does have the power to act because they're saying this is a national emergency. So the Trump White House, as I've said, filed that appeal against the judgment just minutes after it was handed down. And then reportedly they were working through the night as they continue with their arguments. As far as other reaction, here's a quote from Stephen Miller, quote, President Trump pledging to put America first and the administration is committed to using every lever of the executive branch of executive power to address this crisis and restore American greatness. So that was one statement as they reacted. And Stephen Miller had a great line. He said, the judicial coup is out of control. I would agree with that. Then we had White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. He said there are 3 trade deals nearly done. So this is good news because remember we talked about this last week. Every single day, it's not really making a lot of news that they are in these negotiations with all of these different countries, and they already have a lot of deals in pencil. They want to get them penned in. And so they said many deals are coming soon. There were 3 that basically look like they're done. That from Kevin Hassett. That's good news. I know that was a Fox Business Network interview I actually seen. And so I just want to follow that one for you to say, despite all the headlines, and that's why it's important, as Greg Stocker often tells us, don't get your news from social media. Because in social media, what are people, these influencers? They're trying to make money. They're trying to get a hit. They're trying to get attention. But the focus is on, it's all about them. They're actually not about the facts or the information, or of course, they're not about history or perspective or explaining the different branches of government. And so I just wanted to put that into perspective. Yeah, let's listen to Kevin Hassett.
Well, actually, I think if President Trump had just a minute more, if you go back into the room behind the Oval, he's got all his hats and things over there.
Yeah.
And he has a hat which is the accurate response to what that person said, which is Trump always wins. You go look, a lot of people are wearing that hat. Trump always wins and Trump was always right. Those are the two. But Trump does always win these negotiations because we're right. We're right that America has been mishandled by other governments, that our tariffs are taking them to the table, and they're coming in with massive concessions, opening up their markets to our products and lowering their tariffs on us. And so this trade negotiation season has been really, really effective for the American people. And it's unfortunate that people would attack it as the journalists did or the way the judges just do.
Yeah, so I'm not worried. Are you worried? 855-839-1210. I'm going to pivot. I know we have Emily Kopp coming up, great investigative journalist on especially everything medical health, award-winning journalist. But I'll take you to HHS. This is another headline for you. Department of Health and Human Services terminating a $590 million contract with Moderna. Have you heard about this? So a $590 million contract, more than $500 million contract, to develop a vaccine that would protect against bird flu. I wish I had seen this when I talked to Senator McCormick the other day, although we were busy talking about so much breaking news that was happening earlier. He was in the Middle East. But they've said that since 2024, there have been at least 70 cases of avian influenza in humans, 1 death. Contract was canceled. Why? Because the drug maker was studying the effectiveness of an mRNA-based vaccine, which essentially there are a lot of questions about, and they want to do more studies on it. So at this point, these vaccines, administered, I know that they were working on these vaccines, and we had talked a lot about it. There was also talk of vaccines that would be given to different animals. This is for humans. So in this case, it looks like they're shutting down this contract for now as they do more studies on it. Just want to give you that headline. So many headlines swirling as we think about health news. We talked a lot this morning, and we'll get into this with Emily Kopp upcoming, and that is all the information about what's in our food. My bottom line is, as I read more about this, and you know me, I've been into this for so many years, so it's not anything new to me that we've had toxic materials that were allowed in our foods and all these additives. So we'll get into that moving forward. But one thing I touched upon in the Big Three and Kale and Company, real quick here, as I want to wrap this up with a bow, that's this Asian invasive tick, this species from Asia, and how rapidly it is spreading across our region and across the nation. And yesterday I know it was cooler and I was out. As I'm out, I try to spend like maybe even 20 minutes to 30 minutes working in the yard, getting some exercise. You need to make sure that you have some kind of bug spray on. You do, just in general, Lyme disease, any kind of tick-borne disease. But this is an invasive tick species from Asia. We don't even fully know the diseases it can spread because it's relatively new. So it's known as the Asian longhorn tick, and it has been here. It was discovered, back in 2017, but at this point, it's full blown across 17 states, including our region. I know. So it's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, 17 states across.
We pick like 3 off Cali a day.
Yeah, so here's the problem. They were talking about, first and foremost, in New Jersey.
Yeah.
This is already a concern.
Oh my gosh.
In cattle, okay? Because they said in one bull, this was a 5-year-old massive bull. These ticks cause diseases of anemia and kill a huge bull or cow quite quickly. So they're found on deer, dogs, rabbits, all kinds of animals. You don't want this thing on your. And had I known about it, I would have asked Teresa about, because sometimes you worry about the.
This is petrifying.
Yeah, the kind of you put the medication on your, let's say your dog once a month, but you worry, is it toxic? So we need to have the conversation about this. Also in humans, it can spread Rocky Mountain spotted fever to humans and animals. So I just want to give you the heads up on that.
Can I put on a conspiratorial hat real quick?
No.
Oh, no?
No. these things, look, we
You don't think China could use them as a weapon, a bioweapon?
No, I don't think it's a weapon.
Okay.
I think we get a lot of stuff from China in boats and ships.
Uh-huh.
And these are tiny. They're the size of a sesame seed.
Not even to attack people, though. I mean, if you're having ticks and they're going on cows, isn't it possible to get our cows sick using these ticks and create a food crisis in the country?
I'm not going to have a conspiracy.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
No, it's fair.
Heads up. Put the medication on the dog. Now, sometimes I use neem oil, which is stinky. The problem is you really have to, it's tough to get it because it's like stinky.
Neem oil?
Neem, neem oil on the dog, but it's stinky, or on yourself. It's stinky, but it's healing too. And the bugs hate it, but the problem is everybody hates it. They're like, ooh, you stink.
So there's a garlic sulfur smell.
Yeah, it's really stinky. But in any event, I know Penn State Extension researchers, they're looking into it because, of course, you think about Lyme disease. There's no evidence that it carries Lyme yet because it's so new. They're still doing the research, but it carries other bad stuff. So just a heads up, please spray up. For me, eucalyptus oil, lemon, whatever, the lemongrass oil, if you do those combos. So there are a lot of holistic things if you're not into the sprays. Whatever it is, do it. And on the doggy and the kitty cat, too. So I know I have to break. 855-839-1210. We got off to a really great start because we're updating you on everything minute by minute. We got to get into some of the local news. At Dawn Sensland, hit me up, or thank you for being on the YouTube chat as well. Be right back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said, you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Just to update you, there's so much local news. I know I usually start out 6 o'clock in the morning, Kale and Company, and I hate to say it, but I get the most violent and bad news. I try to get it out of the way, if you will, at 6, which is horrific to say, I know. But we had multiple shootings overnight, and that one on the on City Ave was incredible. We talked about it earlier, and what strikes me about that is that with a straight face, the news media will report something and say that this large vehicle, a guy in a vehicle who's clearly a targeted person, either you believe that individual where you had somebody sprayed with bullets over the vehicle, right? And then is trying to speed away from the shooter. This is on Philadelphia's main line, right? And is speeding away, rams into this couple and driving in their Mercedes, rams into them. They had to be taken to the hospital and treated. They're going to be okay. But I just want you to think about this, that in the city of Philadelphia, look at the way that this is reported on, that this is City Ave. You either believe that this individual is involved in something and certainly knows who or why someone is shooting at them more than, nearly 36 times, hits the guy in his abdomen. He's treated and released, by the way, from Lankenau. And no word on a suspect, no description, nothing. So either you believe that he's some kind of a carjacking victim who got away, which does not ring true to me. And then they said, what about a suspect? Yeah, well, hopefully the victim will let us know that there was a description. Are you kidding me? This is the kind of thing where I think the media does lose some level of credibility when we in the media don't. And Dan's showing it right now. My former colleague at Fox 29 News, where I anchored the news for many years, Steve Keeley, he was right there on the scene.
You want the audio?
Showing, sure.
Here's some Steve.
We're on City Avenue, right under 76. This thin alley was hit with over 30 shots, point blank, at the driver, a 26-year-old man who's already treated and released from the hospital at Lankenau, grazed in the hip. These gunmen fired over 40 shots in the Marriott parking lot. Look at all the bullet holes all around where the driver was. Somehow, all these shots go through the metal, through the door, through the driver's side door. Look at all these shots through the windshield. and only one of these shots grazes the 26-year-old man driving this car that's registered to a business. Look at all these shots.
So we'll find out more, no doubt. By the way, you see that the expiration is May. He only has a few more days before the vehicle. That's a $100 ticket in the city of Philadelphia. I'm just saying.
I think he has more things to worry about.
Yeah, he's got more. It's not going to pass inspection with all those bullet holes.
Can you imagine the inspection station where they pull in?
Like,
yeah,
sir?
you got 40 bullet holes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
But, and Steve is, we know, is fantastic. It's not on Steve Keeley. But in this case, we let this go on and on. You think about this week, and I had reported earlier that thanks to U.S. Marshals in our region, they got a most wanted accused killer who gunned somebody down more than 6 years ago, finally caught up with the guy. And it strikes me, remember when Cavalcante escaped from that prison, right, in Chester County? They shut everything down. It's what everybody was talking about. And this was an escapee in Chester County. Where is he? And yet, here we are in the city of Philadelphia. How many accused killers just this week? Or accused, this guy's, right, attempted murder. How many of these attempted murderers, armed and wanted gunmen, essentially, all these suspects, free, loose, no reward, nobody's talking about it, just, that's life in the big city. It's not acceptable. And why doesn't the DA or the commissioner or whoever put out the APB? Where is the video? Where is the search for the suspect? Where is the outrage? This is not acceptable. I'm just saying.
I do have a description of the suspect on.
Well, let's take a break because I got to get to
I
Emily.
was going to make a joke.
And right.
No, 855. Say stormtrooper wearing all white.
Right.
Yes, because you can't make a shot. Yeah.
855-839-1210. Emily Kopp is just ahead.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
That ends today. It's common sense and it's good science.
There's no evidence healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children.
We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
Produced by the
Making America Healthy Again. Doesn't that seem like a common sense, common ground issue? And yet the headlines today continue with, MAHA problems, how to mitigate MAHA. The headlines continue this morning as the MAHA report was released. We told you about that. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We've talked about that when we talked about the recent announcement. And let's bring in investigative journalist and specifically talking about health, everything medical news, Emily Kopp joining us again. Hey, Emily, thanks for being here today.
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you.
Absolutely. So we saw that you had given some headlines when that MAHA report came out. You had gone through the 69 plus pages and looked through it. What strikes you in that as you look at the report, and then as well there seems to be this pushback even against the report and in general the Make America Health movement?
Yeah, I think, as someone who's reported on health issues for a long time, that was sort of remarkable to see sort of the government putting its stamp on something that dug into a bunch of long-term issues that are making Americans sick, food additives, issues with conflicts of interest in scientific publishing, a bunch of issues that were sort of taboo to talk about not that long ago, but that really quickly, just in the last few months, we've seen sort of ushered to the forefront of American political discussion. It's sort of remarkable.
And, we'll continue the conversation with Emily Kopp, investigative reporter, Daily Caller, News Foundation. I should never assume that everybody knows who you are, but I think most do, Emily. But, in this case, you made the headlines, and I'll just talk about this for a second. You made headlines, even received really praise from New York Times, other national publications for your coverage of the pandemic, COVID. You were right. You got things right. And that's, I think, because of your due diligence. And it's not really political or one side or the other side. For you, when you think of the latest news as far as the additives, and so the latest was, the additives in foods like Skittles, in foods like certain Campbell's soups, or what's the other one, Gatorade, that sort of thing, talking about the color, making the colors brighter. When you see this, and you're somebody who has looked into this, you've covered it a lot, why do you think that there's such a pushback on this from even within journalism, even within media outlets?
Yeah, you would think it'd be sort of non-controversial that we shouldn't be putting, petroleum in the food that we eat every day. But I think a lot of the media suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. So if Trump says it's a good thing, then it must be a bad thing. So the connection I like that you're making sort of with COVID and sort of this new MAHA movement, I think, is that people's trust in these institutions like the NIH and the FDA and the CDC and these major medical journals that we used to think of as being really prestigious and rigorous were revealed to be wrong on these critical issues again and again, and sort of also be incapable of course correcting after, plenty of evidence show that they were wrong. And so I don't know that you would have MAHA without COVID, because it's sort of opened the door to take a second look at all of these issues, including this food dye issue, which was a total sleeper issue a year ago, and now everyone sort of is aware, that food colorings like, Red 40 are associated with behavioral issues in children like ADHD. You had Skittles announcing yesterday that it was going to remove titanium dioxide from its candy. Who knew a year ago that Skittles had something called titanium dioxide in it that could cause cellular and DNA damage? That's sort of disturbing. There's another additive called propylparaben, I can barely pronounce it, that messes with people's hormones. And a lot of these are unstudied because the FDA has this process called generally recognized as safe or GRAS, where in order to have certain additives, you don't need to prove that they're safe. The FDA kind of throws up its hands and says, if we see a safety signal, we'll do something about it. But then its reporting mechanisms for reporting these safety issues are also very poor. So it's sort of a see nothing, say nothing approach by the FDA on these food additives. And of course, with MAHA, it's, now in the public consciousness. So.
Yeah, in full disclosure, I will tell you that years ago, because I married a single dad, and so years ago, my stepson, Jonathan, I asked him if it was okay if I told this story when he was, a teenager, and they had said that he had some different issues that were ADHD-like, or maybe, behavioral, sleeping issues, all these different issues that were mild, but teachers at school said, you might want to watch these. So we took him to a specialist who said, Jonathan, what's your favorite food? And he said, I love Fruity Pebbles. And she said, because he loves Fruity Pebbles. Well, and that's, honest to God, that's where I learned about this. It was years ago. And she told us, she said, look at all the labeling, anything with these dyes, the red dyes, the yellow dyes, get it out of your house. So sure enough, we did. And since that day, he's watched it. All of those issues vanished. And so to me, when I read this, Emily, now in the headlines, I think, man, this is just catching up with what I think a lot of really good doctors suspected or knew, neurological things that change your DNA, mess with your DNA. This is scary stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great doctor that doesn't just sort of, shuffle off someone to a pharmaceutical intervention, but actually looks at the potential causes. I'd say there are a lot of issues in here that I think people who have been paying close attention have known about and have tried to raise a red flag about. And I think it's remarkable to see that all in this sort of comprehensive report with the White House's stamp of approval on it. I did some reporting years ago about how a lot of the patient advocacy groups like the American Diabetes Association take a lot of money from the pharmaceutical industry and tend to do advocacy that aligns with their interests. And I was surprised to see that report cited here, because it was
when I was doing that reporting, sort of a sleeper issue, and not many people were saying, if they were quote one of these patient advocacy groups saying, hey, this drug is great, this drug is the answer, versus another intervention like limiting sugar, no one would ever disclose like, oh, and by the way, they took this amount of money from the drug industry or big food. But now obviously awareness is increasing. So.
Yeah. And in this one, I'm on since 6 o'clock this morning. So we did discuss the titanium dioxide and how it, these types of ingredients, the suggestion here, these nanoparticles, it messes with and damages your DNA, can cause cancer, all these health problems, damages your immune system, the nervous system. I mean, the list goes on and on. But, in my mind, I think, and you're talking about, Emily, the different maybe companies or agencies, but in truth, isn't this a big lobby? I mean, we have some doctors in Congress, and so these lobbyists certainly reach our congressional members, right? And to me, these things are banned for example, in the EU for the past 4 years they've been banned. And yet here in this country, we allow it. I mean, at some point, it just feels like our own government has been poisoning us.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a big part of it. I think, the most generous interpretation that maybe you could come to is that we had a need to mass produce a lot of food. And so the goal was feed everybody and make sure nobody goes hungry. And we weren't necessarily looking at how those efficiencies had these other costs in terms of our long-term health. So these food companies did a great job making sure nobody goes hungry, producing a lot of food cheaply, but I think the science is catching up and the awareness is catching up that is not cost-free in the long term. And something I like too about sort of the MAHA approach is that, it even says in the report that, we don't support these top-down European-style kind of business throttling regulations. We just want to empower people with information and let to make sure that you can make the best decision about your own health.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's really important too, and it relates to some of the recent decisions around childhood vaccination as well, which is also mentioned in the report as something that deserves a closer look.
Continuing the conversation with Emily Kopp, who's, of course, a great investigative journalist at the Daily Caller News Foundation. I saw that you had reposted a local friend of mine, Meg Brock, who is a local Bucks County mom who obviously has come to national recognition, which I'm thankful for. A mom who just really wanted answers during the pandemic shutdowns here in Pennsylvania that were among the strictest ones. I just wonder, what was the motivation? You reposted something Meg posted. She said RFK told medical professionals to read with care HHS's comprehensive review on child gender dysphoria. What prompted you to repost that?
I think much like many of the COVID decisions, there was a top-down messaging that, hey, this is accepted science, and if you don't agree with it, then you're kooky or not aligned with these, once prestigious medical associations. And then you take a second look and you realize that these medical associations are increasingly radical and ideologically motivated, and that the science just isn't there to support these experimental interventions, whether you're talking about child sex changes or, COVID vaccines that remain under emergency use authorization for children under 11. The science is not ironclad in the way that some of the top-down leaders say. And the administration is not afraid to, suffer some bad headlines from the legacy press in order to call that out.
So for you, Emily, are you heartened by, the new age, if you will, calling out, just calling out what happened in the past? Because we're, at the end of the day, I think we can all agree, or I hope that we can all agree, that we want, as Americans, to trust in our institutions, to trust the media, journalists, to trust the government. If they say, hey, something's going on health-wise, we want to restore that. And so with everything you see, are there some issues that, as you cover this day to day, hour by hour, with the NIH, with MAHA movement, with the HHS, what do you see here as far as positive improvements, or even if you have a criticism of what they're doing?
I guess I'll do both. I think as far as the criticism, I do wonder if there is a tension between some of the efficiencies that they're trying to achieve and some of these ambitious EOs. So, there's news this morning that some of the citations in the MAHA report are sloppy. I think there is a tension between getting people to execute these really ambitious EOs and the goals on efficiency. And I'm learning a lot in the last few weeks about the bureaucratic hurdles that prevent, a democratically elected president and his chosen appointees from getting their people into the deep state, so to speak. And I think we discussed this the last time I was on. But you have people like Jeffrey Tobenberger, a major advocate for making viruses more deadly in the lab, working for Jay Bhattacharya, who has said repeatedly that he wants to end just that sort of research. And so I think one criticism I would have is better tackling this problem of wanting to have government efficiency and cut costs, but also get your people in there. And I think maybe it'll take novel legal strategies or flouting convention, but just really taking on the deep state and not being afraid to get the good people in there to execute these very ambitious executive orders. And then the praise, I think I would just reiterate that I appreciate that this administration is not afraid of weathering bad mainstream media headlines in order to bust open the Overton window on a bunch of issues, but, including these health issues that, if you've been paying close attention, are often corrupt and not based in science. But we've been told by a complicit media and by ideological medical associations and by corrupt scientific journals and corrupt academia that it's all one way. And I appreciate that the Overton window is opening on all of these issues, and we can really take a hard look at the science behind what's making us sick. So that's a major win.
Yeah, definitely. And that latest one I saw this morning, the so-called mainstream media just saying, what? They're questioning the Lancet and all of these. And the Lancet, remember, that was the one that published that horrible report on autism back in the day. What was that, 20 years ago? That was in the Lancet.
Bingo. Yep. And the Lancet is also sort of infamous for, in February 2020, publishing something that said, there's no way COVID came from a lab. And if you think that, then you're xenophobic, and didn't disclose that the entire publication had been organized by a collaborator of the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So a lot of black eyes recently for the Lancet. And, it's interesting, the MAHA report even quotes several former top editors at these major scientific journals saying that they have a conflict of interest problem. So Kennedy is not saying anything that is kooky or off the wall. He's saying the quiet part out loud and busting taboos. And as can be expected, the legacy media doesn't like it. So.
Well, I think it's good for us. Hey, you're good for us. Emily A. Kopp, you want to follow her at Emily A. Kopp on X. Thanks so much for joining us again. Until next time, we always appreciate your time. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Emily Kopp. Just, you got to follow her. I mean, she, just is calling out pretty much minute by minute. Even there was one publication that wrote that was critical, I think, of Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and said, well, he really doesn't have any decision-making power over vaccines. And she just points out, she'll just call them out. Hey, it's pretty interesting. I never saw this qualifier applied to another certain NIH leader who was constantly opining on vaccines, and that was, of course, Fauci. But she's calling them out. She does the due diligence, great investigative journalist, and we always appreciate her. You know who else I appreciate? My guys at Marvin E. Cans, because even though it's been freezing and rainy and it feels more like fall, summer's right around the corner, warming up to 75 degrees today. You want to keep your home cool and efficient. That's paramount, especially in summertime. And that's why, of course, I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit all summer ready. We're good to go. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summertime. If Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. MarvinECans.com. Marvin E. Kanze. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you ever wanted to own a real full-size pinball machine or arcade video game like Miss Pac-Man? I'm Todd N. Tuckey of TNT Amusements in Southampton, PA, and have been selling machines to people like you for 46 years. Visit our maze-like showrooms where you can see and play before you buy when we sell both new and reconditioned games. Google TNTAmusements.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Breaking news right now. We have word of a prisoner escaping police custody in the suburbs at the Delaware County Courthouse. This is in Media, Pennsylvania. The escapee identified as 22-year-old Taqua Wilson, and he escaped from the Delco Courthouse there in Media. So they say they're searching for this prison who escaped from police custody. They're supposed to hold a news conference any moment now. But it happened. It all started at West Front Street there, if you're familiar with Media, PA. And he was last seen heading north on Olive Street from 4th Street. That, according to police. So the residents in this region are being told to shelter in place right now. Breaking news. And Nether Providence Police, other law enforcement agencies actively searching for this guy who escaped. I don't know if he's wearing the orange type gear. That's what his mugshot. I know that we have pictures that we're showing right now if you're watching YouTube. He took off the orange prison top, so he's got the orange pants on, dark colored gym shoes, a white long sleeve shirt, and he has, I don't know, I'd say braids that are maybe 4 inches long. So Wilson was scheduled to appear in court on charges of receiving stolen property, fleeing or attempting an officer, criminal mischief, driving without a license, other related charges. I don't see a rap sheet that includes anything that would indicate this person's dangerous, armed and dangerous. So I would say, as of right now, even though they're doing shelter in place, oftentimes if they say somebody is considered armed and dangerous, they give that to us right off the top. So we'll wait for that news conference. But I just wanted to give you that breaking story. If you're wondering about all the police activity with other law enforcement agencies often responding in a breaking news situation like this with an escapee. Does he have help on the outside? Was this planned? A lot of questions. And so we'll continue to follow that one. And we've been talking a lot about all these different, most wanteds, if you will, in Philadelphia. And as well, we still don't have a suspect description or anybody in custody after the story that made international headlines. And that was Memorial Day, mass shooting in Philadelphia. And now we're going to hear about beefed up security in our parks and for upcoming celebrations. It's just a sin. 2 people killed, 9 still in the hospital from Memorial Day. No word on any arrest in that one. We also have an investigation underway. This after police say this young boy, just a terrifying situation, held at gunpoint. This was during an early morning home invasion robbery in the city of Philadelphia. So it happened early this morning, 4400 block of Sheffield Ave. And police say this 13-year-old kid, enters the home through the basement. 2 guys wearing black clothing and ski masks. And they say the suspect's pointing a gun at this boy as they demanded that he open a safe. And the suspects then got away. And they were armed. They're considered armed and dangerous. No arrests, no suspect descriptions. Just a terrified kid who was forced, to basically help these guys who had the ski masks. So certainly there was a level of a plan, if you will. I don't know about you, but in late May, I'm not walking around with my ski mask. I don't even know where the ski mask. Dig through the closet, but
do you actually have one like that?
You know what? I do somewhere in the closet, but I would say. But just this morning, I blew through a red light. Hopefully, it wasn't a red light camera. Why? Because there was this dude in a mask. You know what I mean? And he's like coming. I'm like, what is this guy in the 5 o'clock hour? Not far from the station here at Odyssey World headquarters. Yeah. I know. It just who knows? Maybe it's somebody who has comorbidities, and they're just because that one was a medical mask. But Dan, to your point, I see people wearing like a ski mask. I told you the one freaked me out. He was on Lincoln Drive as you make the turn, and he had like the nylon mask, and I'm like, OMG.
Like they're called shiesties, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, with like the little eye opening, but everything else is covered. Yeah.
Freaks me out.
No, thank you. I do a video of Annie McCormick, who's out there on the street for the prison escape, if you want to get that before we hit the press conference. Yep, here you go, Dawn.
Now, this whole area is locked down, and we are hearing from Media Borough that they're asking residents here to shelter in place. If you know the media area, you know that the courthouse is by Front and Olive Street, so it's all of that area around the courthouse. You can see the law enforcement presence that they do have out here. This is the staging area, so we're waiting for a media briefing, hopefully to happen around 11 o'clock from the sheriff's office. The sheriffs are who usually handle the prison prisoners in Pennsylvania. But I can tell you, as far as law enforcement, we're seeing multi-jurisdictional agencies coming out here to help. Also, the U.S. Marshals are on the ground here, so they're getting federal assistance as well. Now, we did look at the court records of a name associated with Taqua Wilson, and his offenses are particularly violent. He has a receiving stolen property, also eluding police. It looks like on the court docket that I was able to just glance at that his last appearance was May 23rd, so I'm not sure what today was and what he was doing at the courthouse, if he was there for something else, a court appearance or what. We're still waiting to figure that out at this point. But again, authorities are saying do call 911. They do know that he is originally from Philadelphia, so I can just assume.
Headed our way. So there it is. Andy McCormick, she does a great job at 6ABC. A lot of live reporters out there. Another story we're watching right now, and that's Philadelphia City Council usually meets on Thursdays as well. We know that our Philadelphia School Board is meeting, and that is with regard to this lawsuit filed by the feds. So this is Department of Justice with regard to the asbestos. And it's believed that many of our schools, unfortunately, the average school building about 70 years old. And so you think about 300 some buildings with asbestos or suspected. And so there's a back and forth with the feds. They're trying to negotiate with them because we in the city of Philadelphia, unfortunately, we're in violation of these inspections. It's a huge issue with so many parents and grandparents, caregivers, the concern level, because you well know that asbestos is something, the worst of which, if it's loose, if it breaks loose in these older buildings that don't have HVAC, so you think in the heat, when school's still open in May and June, it's getting hot, the paint is peeling, right? And then asbestos, what does that mean? These invisible little fibers, and they can cause things as horrifying as mesothelioma.
They're starting, if you want to hear.
You want to hear this? Let's get to the news conference. This is the escaped prisoner. They caught him. Good. Let's listen in.
Update on the escape of Taqua Wilson. The update confirms that he has been apprehended.
Good job.
Inmate Wilson was apprehended by way of the cooperation and the collaboration of our law enforcement partners in Delaware County. We were joined in this effort of apprehension by the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Delaware County Park Police, CID, Media Police, Upper Providence Police, and numerous other law enforcement partners joined together to apprehend this Taqua Wilson. He is in custody. We are presently conducting an investigation into how he was able to escape. We will inform you of the details concerning the escape at a later time. But what's most important, the citizens of Delaware County are safe, and inmate Wilson has been returned to custody.
So that's the latest. Good job, because that story broke about, 40 minutes ago or so. And so that was the Delaware County, Pennsylvania Sheriff Jerry Sanders Jr., as he is, I'll just say this, it's a subtlety. The way he's pronouncing the inmate's name and calling him inmate, but also the way he pronounces his first name is with a little bit of attitude, as saying this won't be tolerated. That's just my little read in the way that he's presenting this, but saying they worked together, they got her done, caught him very quickly, and that's a good thing. So we'll continue to find out what happened. I did not see any kind of news release that talked about any threat of violence or anything of that nature. And what they always look for in an investigation like this, I can tell you, was this something that was planned? Was it an escape of opportunity, or is there somebody helping somebody who's in custody? Is there a helper? Is there somebody on the outside? Or, you hate to hear about it, but sometimes we've reported on that and heard about it as well. Is there somebody who works within the system somehow that's helping? Those are all points of the investigation that move forward. So that's good news. And they were sheltering in place, so that's being lifted. And so this is all good news. Thank goodness. So we've got that one going on. We've been talking a lot about President Donald J. Trump, that Manhattan-based court blocking the president's sweeping tariffs on global imports. I would say really it's the president's economic plan that wants to make it an even playing field. And it's the art of the deal as they try to negotiate back and forth. Quickly, the Trump administration has responded. And so now the back and forth between the courts continues. And I suspect, as I've been saying all morning and all day so far, I believe this will end up in the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So we have that going on. My goodness. I know we have to take a quick break. We have State Senator Gene Yaw. Now, he is somebody, as you all know, very experienced. We're going to talk about Drill Baby Drill, energy choice in Pennsylvania. And we'll talk about all things economic for the for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You'll hear from him as he sits on some really important committees as well, and very experienced in this. So you want to hear from him, and it affects you. It affects your energy choices, energy bills. It's all about the energy, baby. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. At Dawn Stensland on X. Oh, X. I got to talk about Elon. There's some Elon updates, too. Got to talk about the magic. Kitchen magic, that is. Kitchen magic. You know what they believe in at Kitchen Magic? They believe the heart of your home deserves American-made, high quality that you can trust. And that's pretty simple, right? But it's important. Kitchen Magic, that's why they manufacture all their products right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, made in the USA, so you don't face any kind of shipping delays, any drama, no tariff surprises, nothing like that. As a local family-owned company, Kitchen Magic, they're proud to offer reliable service, custom kitchen remodeling that you can count on. And this month, keep in mind, it's May the 29th, time's flying, so you only have a few days left. I want you to be able to take advantage of this. 30% off your dream kitchen. 30% off. What are you waiting for? KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Wouldn't it be nice when you think about energy choice? Drill, baby, drill. And that was a couple times this week, I know, with Senator Dave McCormick talking about drill, baby, drill, thinking about energy, thinking about Pennsylvania and our power as we move forward. The fact that we in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in this region in general pay as much as 40% more than the average American. And that really brings me to just wanted to catch up with State Senator Gene Yaw. It's been a little bit since we've had a conversation. Wanted to catch up with you. I know you were... Hi, Senator. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great. I saw that you were, among other things, talking about energy choice in Pennsylvania, talking about jobs and those all-important energy jobs, all things Pennsylvania, and just wanted to have that conversation about, trying to lower our energy costs and where you stand on that one. I know that you had proposed some legislation, and so I know you had something to say about that.
Yes, and thank you. Interestingly, your comments about Senator McCormick, I've talked to Senator McCormick. Well, I talked to him at numerous times when he was a candidate, and even since then, since he's been elected, I've talked to him, and I've talked to his staff, and I think we're pretty much on the same page as to where we need to go in Pennsylvania. Some of the things that are, I don't know what part of energy you want to talk about. You want to talk about the gas industry? You want to talk about electricity? I think probably the biggest issue that we have involves electricity. Mm-hmm. And it results as where we stand in the PJM grid, and for those who don't know, PJM is the regional transmission operator, which is the grid operator for 13 states plus the District of Columbia, and it includes states all the way out to I think Illinois is part of it. But the amount of electricity that goes into the grid, I think the last number I saw is 27% of all the electric power that goes into that grid, serving 67 million people, comes out of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the largest exporter of electric energy in the country, and it is, needless to say, it's a big business in Pennsylvania, and we need to do more. That's the bottom line is we need to do more. We need to increase our capacity. Even though Pennsylvania has excess generation capacity right now, if we want to maintain that position and be a real player in the electric grid, we need to increase our capacity. Actually, we should have been building years ago, and that's one of the problems that we have right now.
And Senator Gene Yaw here in Pennsylvania, just this month, I mean, you had a very busy month as we think about this. So, number one, you have, because you're also on the Senate Environmental Resources and Energy Committee, among many other committees you're on, but I saw that you were, pushing for responsible solar development. So not against solar, but just that it's responsible. At the same time, you want to make sure that landowners are respected and not walked all over. And then as well, pushing forth, energy reforms and maybe thinking about those distribution charges that we all, because everything's itemized now. And, so the all the fees that we have, and thinking about as well, like you're saying, with energy, with regard to electricity. And I mean, my God, I look through all the different things that just this month talking about energy choices for consumers and protecting those energy sources, because I think a lot of times, let's face it, they try to push out the competition.
That's true. We have a couple of bills, and I think you're exactly right. I'm not against any form of energy, but I think we have to be realistic as to what energy, which source really serves the needs that we need to address at the time. And we have a bill, your observation is correct, the solar decommissioning. I don't want to see landowners get stuck 25 years down the road with 100 acres of solar panels. I mean, that's a problem. And most of this goes on farmland, and I don't want to see that landowner at the time get stuck with decommissioning and what do you do with 100 acres worth of solar panels? There would be thousands of them.
Yeah.
And the whole infrastructure, that's one issue. The other is you're correct, energy choice. And I think that any homeowner should have the right to make their own choice. If they want to use electricity as their major energy source, fine. If they want to use gas, that's fine. They want to use propane. I don't really care.
And
I just think that the government should not be dictating what energy choice an individual needs to make.
Because, I'm referring to Senate Bill 311. That's the energy choice Senate bill. It would, in other words, it would limit these municipalities from perhaps banning a specific type of fuel source. Can you explain what that means? When the bill, I was looking through it and talks about being fuel neutral, what does that mean?
Well, I got the idea, frankly, from watching television one night, and this happened in California. There was one of the municipalities, I don't remember whether it was San Francisco or L.A. or one of the municipalities there, one of the cities, banned any future gas hookups of any kind, natural gas hookups, meaning no more gas stoves, no more gas air conditioning, or no more gas heat, no more gas anything. And I thought, wait a minute, if somebody did that in Pennsylvania, first of all, considering that we're the second largest natural gas producer in the country, that's kind of contrary to the interests of our state. And I thought, well, but we didn't want to favor anything. I don't want to favor gas. I just, as I said earlier, I just leave that choice up to the homeowner. Now, in my Senate district, there are 168 municipal government entities. Can you imagine 168 different interpretations of what these people can use? I mean, how would we ever have a network, or how would we ever have any productive system to deliver any kind of energy? even electricity or any of these things. So it's like it just made no sense to me where California was going. And I think, fortunately, that particular effort in California was overturned by an appellate court. But I thought, okay, we still need to verify here in Pennsylvania that we don't want every municipality saying we're going to change all these things or we're going to dictate what you can do. And our bill is very specific. It does not affect the municipality's planning code. So these municipalities can still do a lot with regard to the development in their particular areas.
So I know that there was a lot of reaction as far as Governor Shapiro, and I've been reporting on this even from, January when the governor unveiled that so-called the lightning plan. And they said, the idea here, returning, this would be revenue that would be returned to Pennsylvanians. And it all sounded great. As we look at now the PACER program here in Pennsylvania that Governor Shapiro has really pushed that through, there are many who say that these energy proposals are not good for Pennsylvanians as far as economically. What do you see here? As I know the back and forth continues, but under PACER, what do you see here, and how do you mitigate perhaps your criticism or Pennsylvanians' criticism of a PACER plan?
Well, PACER, if I'm not mistaken, that's that's similar to RGGI. Meaning RGGI, it's the Pennsylvania version of RGGI, which is Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, and the constitutionality of that idea was argued about a month ago, earlier in May, before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I have had generators tell me that as long as RGGI is hanging over their head, and now PACER, they're not going to invest one nickel in generation capacity in Pennsylvania. And I don't blame them, because my recollection is the first time or the last time that the RGGI idea was incorporated into the budget, it was $800 million. That's an $800 million tax on ratepayers in Pennsylvania. And it's like, wait a minute. I asked this question at a hearing about RGGI and how it worked, and the same thing for PACER. The same thing is appropriate. It's like, how much does Pennsylvania have to pay into this program in order to get back, these millions of dollars that we're talking about? And if we're talking about an $800 million, and I ask the question, does that mean we have to pay in $1 billion? Why are we doing this? And the same thing with PACER. They're going to collect money from the ratepayers and then give it back. I don't understand. Why are you collecting it in the first place, to give it back or spread it around to, different entities? I just don't. I don't understand that concept. And then, the other part of it, press, is to increase renewables, mainly solar. Here's the issue with solar, or one of the issues. PJM, the grid manager, has been accused of dragging their feet with solar and all these different things. PJM has had some real issues as to how do you deal with wind and solar, these renewables, in light of the fact that they're intermittent and of limited duration. That's a real problem. So right now, standing out there ready for development, and this is PJM wide, it's not just Pennsylvania. There's 50,000 megawatts of approved projects for wind and mainly solar. 50,000 megawatts. Now, and nothing's being done with it. Now, when you look at 50,000 megawatts, takes about 7 acres of land to produce 1 megawatt of solar. That's 350,000 acres of land. I don't know of anything in the PJM grid where there's 350,000 acres of land that are being dedicated to solar. What's even more ironic about the whole thing is to generate that much electricity, 50,000 megawatts, it would take about 130 million solar panels.
And then you got all the maintenance on those, and
there's even there's a more basic question: where are the solar panels going to be made? Where are the solar panels going to be made? They're going to be made in China. That's the primary source of solar panels. And guess what fuel source they use to generate the energy to build the solar panels? Coal. So please tell me how. I know you can't make this stuff up. You really can't. It's just that there's no thought behind a lot of the stuff that goes on. My basic touchstone, and I've told many people this, is like I like to look at the entire carbon footprint. And what are we doing? Even nuclear. Nuclear is great at the end result. The end result is no CO2 emissions. That's fine. But what happens to get to that point? Over the 20-some years that it takes to build a nuclear power plant, how much emissions? The amount of concrete that goes into building a nuclear power plant is astronomical. And the manufacture of cement and concrete is one of the highest emitters of CO2 in the world. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying maybe we should really be realistic about what we're looking at and what we're doing.
Yeah, and I've learned way too much about, when I was covering all the turbines that now a lot of those are canceled, but the turbines that were supposed to go, in right off the coast of the Jersey Shore, and just talking to environmental experts, for example, who used to be the darlings of the left, by the way, but they would talk about all of this construction and, like you're saying, these huge cement bases. People don't realize because they say, oh, it's a little windmill out in the no, these turbines or the solar panels, how much space they take. This is why we appreciate you, Senator Yaw, because you bring forth a common sense aspect to it. And I think that's just what we want as Pennsylvanians. We all want clean air and clean water. And that's why I asked you about solar. You've put forth proposals to try to have, what I infer from you is that you want a hybrid between, the technology that's up and coming, to incorporate that, but that it's not a dominant source.
It can't be. One of the issues, the biggest issue right now is the technology. We don't have the technology to do a lot of these things. People think it through their head or say, oh, well, let's just do this. We'll have battery storage. Okay. The battery storage as a backup for solar is a great idea, but we don't have the technology right now to be able to make that a meaningful input into the power grid. Maybe in, I don't know, 15 or 20 years, something like that, we do. But the problem is we don't now. And I get so frustrated when I hear people talk about, we're going to look into this, meaning we're going to study it. Well, this is, paralysis by analysis is what it is, because when you study something, they keep studying it to death.
Yeah.
Our problem is we need to be building. We should have been building 5 years ago, and we're not. And now I tell people, I don't think that the outlook for Pennsylvania is real good for the next 5 to 10 years. And the reason for that is this. Even if we said, okay, we are going to build a combined cycle gas-fired generation plant, which are right now, it's the cleanest and the quickest option that we have to provide electric power. And if we were ready to build today, the backlog for ordering equipment is 5 years or more. So even if we started today, and if you don't have your order in, you're looking at 5 years down the road to even, till we could even bring anything online. And all those factors are further complicated. Throw AI and data centers into the mix, and we have a real problem. I mean, that's what's happening.
Well, is there a way to expedite that? I mean, even to get some federal help, maybe with a guy who's, in the Oval Office right now and working through Senator McCormick. You know what I mean? Is there a federal or national, way to try to expedite or get that equipment?
The answer is no, because it's just a matter of producing it. Now, I understand some of the facilities are ramping up their production, but to produce these mega pieces of equipment takes considerable equipment in and of itself. So it's not like, okay, we're producing 5 this month, next month we're going to produce 10. The factories need to be expanded and everything. I mean, this is not like something you put on one truck and haul it around. These are major elements that are weigh hundreds of thousands of tons, and to produce those and get them in place is like it's amazing. And I've heard about the people. A lot of the data centers knew where they were going to go. They were going to produce their own power and not rely on what was in the grid. They have orders in, and they're the first in line, and that's where the equipment's going to go. And I understand that. I'm worried about what happens to the ordinary customer like you and me, and what happens at home. Do I have enough electricity at home? Data centers are great. I think it's a great business investment for Pennsylvania and everything, but we don't have the power alone on our in our grid to service some of these data centers. And when they start taking power or buying power directly, a certain amount of power from power plants, that becomes an issue, I think, that we need to address.
And so with this, Senator Gene Yaw, thank you for giving us your time and really taking us through this, as it's critical, and especially because when I think about Pennsylvania and our competitive advantage in the nation and even in the world, quite frankly, energy is our thing. I mean, this is our wheelhouse. We should own this, right, as a competitor, as a competitive state. And so is the fact that Governor Josh Shapiro clearly, if you listen to the back channels and, even watch his actions, clearly has higher ambitions for higher office, presidential ambitions. Does that actually help Pennsylvania? In other words, he did not totally do the ban on fracking like some of his Democrat counterparts. You think of Kathy Hochul and whatnot. Is that in and of itself an advantage for us?
It could be, but I don't think he's been lukewarm on everything. He doesn't really, in my opinion, and I've said this repeatedly, what Pennsylvania needs, and your observation about where Pennsylvania is with energy is absolutely right on. I have said this many, many times. Pennsylvania, in my opinion, has the most diverse energy portfolio of any state in the country. We have everything. We've got gas, we've got nuclear, we have coal, we have geothermal, we've got hydro, you name it. Pennsylvania has it. And I think we're the only state that has a mix like that. We are the second largest gas producer in the United States. That means we're one of the largest natural gas producers in the world. Do we act like it? In my opinion, the answer is no. I think we should be out there shouting it from the rooftops. Hey, here's what Pennsylvania has. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to unleash the natural gas industry. We're going to go that route. We're going to encourage production. We're going to encourage the development of businesses that rely on natural gas. we have at least another 100 years worth of supply at minimum. Now, is something else going to come along? Probably. But right now, that's where we are, and we should be promoting that. I need it. All I'm looking for is a cheerleader for Pennsylvania to say, come to Pennsylvania to do business. We have more energy, and we're a net exporter, but come here to do business. We should have people lined up at the border. That's probably a bad analogy. We should have people lined up at the border waiting to get into Pennsylvania to do business. And we don't. And some of the things are just the wishy-washy policies that we have. Like, Reggie's hanging out there. Yeah. It's been hanging out there for 5 years. Yeah. It has really affected the development of energy generation in Pennsylvania. And, that's my frustration with the whole thing. There's so much more we could be doing. And environmentally, our emissions are some of the lowest since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
Which is amazing.
I mean, everything's a plus and going in the right direction, and we're just not pursuing it.
Well, State Senator Gene Yaw, we really appreciate you're always generous with your time. I could listen to you all day because you have such a common sense attitude. I think if they listen to you a little bit more, we could solve a lot of issues, and I know my PICO bill would be a lot lower. So thank you so much, Senator Yaw. Really appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. I enjoy talking to you.
Thank you so much. And we'll continue the conversation for sure. I think Dan and I talked the other day, and we always mention the Commonwealth Foundation. They just this week put out their report, their study that they published talking about that and critical of that's why I was asking, Senator Yaw about these different programs that you hear, PACER, Pennsylvania Climate Emissions Reduction Act, which is basically Reggie, and then the other one, PRESS, the Pennsylvania Reliable Energy Sustainability Standard. That's what, so you can check out that study if you want more on it. But I just think it's a common sense way of approaching this. That's why I always appreciate Senator Yaw. We'll continue the conversation right around the corner, 855-839-1210. But we're talking about power. We got the power. So if you're on the roadways, think of my friends from Power to Piazza Auto Group. I'm reporting live every day from 6 a.m. to noon, starting on Kale and Company, and then we morph into the midday, and then Dom Giordano obviously coming up at noon with a great show in store. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup. It's available right now at Piazza Mazda, and they are offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70. That's the plug-in hybrid. So the sleek Mazda CX-5, these are just gorgeous cars. Sporty CX-30, available 2.9%. All for 36 months. You can shop with confidence. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by any surprises, any new tariffs, anything of that nature. So just visit them, piazzamazda.com, Piazza. We're always appreciative of the Piazza Auto Group for being the wind beneath our wings, as we say. piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
Conditions dry out today as we're in between storm systems. We'll see some sunshine this afternoon. It'll be warmer with a high of around 75. For tonight, mostly cloudy and mild with a low of around 63. And for Friday, partly to mostly cloudy, chance for some showers later during the day with a high 78.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Think Gallows for dads and grads. Enjoy a sumptuous meal at Gallows in the Northeast. Online, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Savor an incredible variety of homemade food, delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger, the shrimp mac and cheese. Quality, variety, and value. Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. Gallowsandburgerbar.com. Ask about their beautiful event space for your next gathering. Gallowsandburgerbar.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So we have a lot of news that obviously impacts all of our colleges across the country because it sets a precedent. But this one is a federal judge, this one in Massachusetts, saying today she plans to grant a preliminary injunction, and this stops the Trump administration from quickly revoking Harvard University's ability to have these international students. So this back and forth with the court rulings and the courts continues. This is U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs said amid this hearing that just happened, she plans to issue this preliminary injunction that Harvard was requesting. So it's a win on the Harvard side. It's only a temporary situation, but it temporarily puts things in place, holds things in place while they basically move through the courts on this one, and it stops the Trump administration from following through on some of the intentions that we've been talking about. So Harvard, what they're trying to do is they're trying to stop the Trump administration from restricting any foreign students from enrolling and attending. This is only temporary. Harvard is suing, in particular, the Department of Homeland Security, and DHS has said existing foreign students at Harvard have to transfer or lose their legal status in the U.S. attorneys for Harvard are making their case that's in federal court in Massachusetts as the Trump administration is targeting Harvard's federal funding. We talked about that yesterday ad nauseum. So federal funding that's for a private institution with a huge endowment. I always love how when we look at these stories, you rarely will hear the so-called mainstream media talk about their endowments, which are unbelievable. And I think Harvard has the biggest endowment. I mean, these are billions of dollars, these endowments. It's incredible how much money these institutions have. And so what many have said, although I don't really hear Trump saying this about Harvard right now, that's not what he's saying. We have said, and the critics have said, that some of, not all of these Ivy League institutions are basically a money laundering operation. Sound familiar? Where they get all of this federal money and then think about all of those donations from mostly Democrats, if not 100% to Democrats. But in this one, this debate continues. The court battles at multiple levels continue. And this as Secretary Marco Rubio speaking out and confirming that, yes, the United States of America is, quote, aggressively revoking visas for especially these Chinese students. And that from Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Rubio. So Trump, as far as his global policies, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing the administration is working to aggressively revoke these visas and saying, in part, it's because these students, there's no vetting process. And so that's a real concern here. Who's vetting these students? And I think that Rubio had given out a number of something like, I think he said 300,000. There were hundreds of thousands of the students, of Chinese students. And I think we played audio earlier in the week where he said, look, most of these students, I'm sure they're fine. But the point is, don't you vet anybody coming into your country? And that they're finding that some, they're not vetted. Let's just vet everybody. If somebody comes to your front door, you're not just going to let everybody in your house, in your yard, right? You want to make sure that everybody's safe for your children. So this from Marco Rubio. So we have that one going on. And I reported to you the good news earlier this morning, I think actually since 6 o'clock this morning, as I cross over to Dom Giordano, that the good news was, and we learned this last night, the parade is back on, the Freedom Parade. And I know that in my family, the 4th of July parade, that's right there, Joshua Park, right across from the Wawa, Lafayette Hill, Germantown Pike. We have gone to this parade since my boys were little. We love this parade. Woohoo! So common sense wins. The 4th of July parade is back. And I know Dom Giordano is celebrating along with all of us.
I don't know where Dom
I'm glad.
is.
Where is Dom?
I don't know. Coming up at 12:30, though, we'll have petition leader of that whole White Marsh incident. Dom Giordano will have 12:30. Christine Balser joining to discuss the parade being back on.
Yeah, so I mean, look, there were a lot of people who were very upset about this. I think the community meeting was significant. The media coverage, maybe they were surprised at how many people love this parade. So maybe it was free advertisement. I'm not really sure. But Dom Giordano Show is up next. Thanks for being here today. Dawn Stensland signing off. Dom Giordano is in the house.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, my faith is restored a bit. I put up a poll today before the Dom Giordano show. Simple question. Which one do you want Kash Patel to get to the bottom of most? January 6th involvement by the FBI, cocaine in the White House, or Epstein? 83% say FBI involvement in January 6th. Only 13% Epstein. Yet yesterday on Fox and this morning on Fox, we saw a tremendous amount of back and forth with Dan Bongino and Patel, and I'll play those for you momentarily. It just stuns me at times. You're going to question these two guys when you hear them both with Brett Baer, then on the morning show today, say they saw the footage and he killed himself. I see on Twitter that just leads to more down the rabbit hole of people saying, yeah, well, Bill Barr was the cleanup guy for the CIA. We know that he ordered it and they did it. It must be easy to live in a world like that where that's the expected reaction. All right, so we got a bunch of other things. First, let's take a bit of a victory lap for Talk Radio 1210. We asked More Than the Curb to come on. I understand why they may not want to, given the back and forth we had with them over in White Marsh Township. But if you missed the news, last night they met all of 10 minutes, maybe not even, and they just voted 5-0, I believe, ultimately it was. One was online, to say, yes, we're going to hold the parade with enhanced security measures. Now, that still leaves me with this gang, with the cop and the whole thing. We told you on the show yesterday that some officials there were shaking down vendors and others if they said something negative on social media about this craziness. So what's the lesson to be learned here? Well, I'll give you one part of it. That Talk Radio 1210 and Talk Radio 1210 listeners, when we shine the light on it, because let's face it, nobody else in the media, including really More Than the Curb, the newspaper online out there in the beginning, was that critical of it. Not calling it out as bizarro world, not calling it out, are you kidding me? And listeners around the area were shining the light on this. You know, and the idea, well, why are we involved? We're involved anywhere that we want to be, first of all. That's always my mantra. And where there is a sense, we don't want this to spread. A sense, this is the lesson is, this is a classic example of these petty little tyrants and this police chief who's half cocked on this whole thing, making stuff up, and then not backing down. Well, they backed down. Why? Because people were aroused by this. They were saying, we love this parade. Are you kidding me? So I don't know what the added security measures might be. Whatever they want to do, good on them. They're going to hold the parade now. I think it's a lesson of course, the people in the community, one of our listeners who started that petition, the people that showed up for all these meetings. But it's also a lesson of the power of Talk Radio 1210, and I can't see it any other way. I'm proud of it. That, yeah, well, what business is it of yours? We get this all the time. What do you mean, what business is it of ours? Are you putting a fence around White Marsh there? No, it is our business. It is business anywhere where there is a wrong being committed that has public interest, and this certainly did. People were interested in this because we're tired of these type of people. Now, it was unusual, was it not? Here's another lesson learned from it. And I'd love to hear from you, 855-839-1210. Now that this has changed pretty suddenly, I'll give you the other lesson. I am as pro-cop as anybody you're going to find, but I am not pro-idiot cops. I've never have been, and I never will. And this police chief was idiotic. Oh, Dom, he's a cop. Don't you support law enforcement? Yeah, we support law enforcement and have credibility because we support them when they're right or when there's a gray area, like Mark Dial in the Kensington shooting, because we realize the difficulties of the job. But when something is this ludicrous, no, we don't support anybody. At least I don't. You got to call them when you see them. For example, Trump with the tariffs. I'm not enamored what he did in the beginning with the tariffs. Now, what happened with this court is another example of lawfare that's going to be overturned. The president does have the power in this. And this really undercuts him internationally. One more thing on law enforcement. This shooting over on City Line Avenue, guys. You know, I once sat on the head of the commissioners out there in Lower Merion, quite a shootout. I'm always going to call it City Line Avenue because on the suburban side of the line, not as much bad stuff happens. Isn't that funny? On the Philadelphia side of the line, if I were a criminal and I'm running down City Line Avenue, which side am I running to? Oh, man, let me get to the Philadelphia side. Why? Lenient juries, Larry Krasner, progressives. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to the Lower Merion side. So yesterday, this shooting, 40 shots at least, out there near Presidential and City Line, at some guy, you wonder why. I'm not going to blame the victim, but you wonder why he's being shot at like this. And then he crashes into a guy in a Mercedes-Benz. 30 shots, I believe. He got hit by one, and 30 or so hit his vehicle. Now, just in the space of a couple of days here in Krasnerland, and this was in Krasnerland, you see what's operational out there. It's a Wild West. And this one was more severe because, you know, the people that were firing at each other, whatever they were doing, are in the middle of Fairmount Park at 10:30 at night. This is 6 o'clock. Roe had just come through there at an earlier point, right by there. These are maniacs. And again, I don't care what they do with each other if this is some kind of criminal activity. But when they're doing it around innocent people in this manner, it's frightening to think. And what's the other side say? Well, what is Sherelle Parker or Krasner or whatever? Oh, automatic weapon fire or something of that nature. This should be a life imprisonment thing. Recklessly endangering how many people firing on City Line Avenue in this manner in a parking lot of a hotel with people coming and going. Just wild. It's a Wild West. Now, it's not solely Krasner, but he's a large part of it. The Philadelphia mentality is a part of it, that you're going to have stuff like this. And it's one thing, sadly, if you have these shootings, you know, between drug gangs, one-on-one or whatever, but just wildly firing away with all those people in a busy thoroughfare. And yes, it will always be City Line Avenue. The line divides a side where there is some degree of law and order from the side where Exhibit A would be Larry Krasner. Where is that law and order? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. Now, the Epstein matter. Here is, first of all, I want to play Bongino first, Henry. Dan Bongino, who and Brett Baer confronted Kash Patel last night with a Dan Bongino Trump conspiracy clip and wanted to know what he had to say about it. But Bongino was on this morning on Fox and Friends. This is cut 15. Here's what Dan Bongino said about Jeffrey Epstein and why he says Epstein committed suicide.
What happened with Epstein? Can you say with confidence, as a lot of people, you used to be their guy when it comes to podcasts, appearing on Fox News, but now as a law enforcement officer, can you say we have all the information?
Well, I'm never going to say we have all of it. And people ask me all the time, are these cases closed? And whether they're closed administratively is irrelevant. If new tips come in, we're absolutely going to follow them. And that's why I always put out, if you have additional information, please let us know. Those two cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't.
Right.
There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not.
There's video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. It was only one camera. There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him.
Right.
There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
All right. Now, I like Dan Bongino, but let me say this. As far as conspiracy stuff and all, when he was in talk radio, yeah, he goes that way. I try not to. Now, it would be to my advantage as a talk radio host. It's almost like a calling card. Oh, egging thing on with Epstein. So I'm happy to see at Dom Show 1210, Dom Show 1210 right now, it's 82.5 of the people that have voted saying they want the first thing, keep the main thing, the main thing. They want the FBI involvement in J6, then Epstein, and then the cocaine in the White House is 2.5%. You can vote right now at Dom Show 1210. So what do you make of it? What kind of wild stuff? Isn't it nice with conspiracy? You can just say wild stuff. And then if one happens to hit like a meteor someday, and look, fair play, Bongino traded in this. I wouldn't say he was the worst, but I mean, he was in talk radio and on, egging on the audience. He would get into this type of stuff. He doesn't like it now, and I understand Dan. And I think he's being honest. Now, the thing is, there are a lot of files, a lot of records, a lot of stuff there with the Epstein case that have not been released. They got to release it. I'm in agreement with that. But what is this predilection? It is better than sex for some people. I stand by that. I've said it for 30 years. The saliva drip that you get with this. Bongino and Patel, I'll play you him, both saying it is what it is there. Yeah, well, what about, we keep moving goalposts. All right, Henry, you look like you're itching there.
I don't buy anything Bongino's selling here. None of it.
So what's their motivation?
How can you say that, we have to digitally, alter and remaster this one grainy video of one video camera in the entire cell. But then at the end of his interview say here, it's clear as day.
Right. Well,
that's contradictory.
They have seen it, meaning...
He didn't say in that clip he's seen it. He said, we have video of it. We have evidence.
He's seen it.
He didn't...
He did say he's seen it.
I don't think he said he
said
saw it.
We have the file.
He said we have the file. He didn't say I've watched it personally. He said we're cleaning it up.
He said, and we'll show you the grainy form of it. And again, it can be grainy so that, it might be a little bit indistinct, but you'll see if there's another person.
But then he said clear as day at the end.
What he said, there is no audio, there's no forensic, there's no DNA, there's no anything like that.
So
now,
is he saying there's no audio and no,
right.
with this video?
That's right.
So how can you know for sure what happened in that cell? Because it's not directly on the cell, right? It's just
there's one camera. He did say that, and I'm sure, like all these things, they're a bit grainy. Yeah, and they should. I would release it right now. I would release the grainy part, then I would release the enhanced. I would just put it all out there. Why this drive with this particularly? Why?
Because he's such a high-profile person, and it doesn't make sense for him to just, go to jail and end it all right there. With what?
It does make sense with this guy. Well,
with bed sheets?
Now, if somebody aided and abetted or allowed stuff to be used there, etc., I'm open to hear that. Now, I would release all of it. But again, we're dealing with guys who were the biggest, maybe not the biggest, Cash Patel and Bongino, would routinely go down this. So are they covering for Trump? Is that what it is?
It could be. Or it could be something bigger than that.
All right.
I also think, again, it goes back to the files thing. Like, people can omit stuff from the files. People can, mess up a file. They can write it the way they want.
Well, it seems to me
then you give it to the next guy, which is Bongino
Okay.
and them, and then Bongino looks through it and he goes, yeah, this looks good. Because he
it's
doesn't
a camera. We would know if they.
I got to see this footage then.
All right. Well, I would release the footage. Okay. 855-839-1210. You can get
especially if there's no audio with it.
Right. Well, you're not going to see, if you don't see other people in there, and this would be complicated, more complicated to kill them, I think we would see it. All right. So 855-839-1210. Which one is more important to you? FBI involvement in J6. I don't think that's conspiratorial because we know the FBI was involved. It's just the full level of this. That's supposed to come out. Cocaine in the White House is interesting to me because I hate Hunter Biden. And I know it's Hunter Biden deep down. Or Epstein. And again, if you want in talk radio conspiracy every second, well then, I guess that can be done. So which Bongino do you want? You want Bongino to go back to doing conspiracies in talk radio or Bongino telling you what he thinks? So that's a conspiracy. And Patel's in on it too. They ought to release all the file. If there's anything in there for national security that needs to be retracted or redacted, that should have been done by now. I would just tell them, maybe they're surprised. I would say, guys, you were in talk radio, Dan. You got to know people love this type of stuff. That's the bottom line here. All right, 85. Am I covering up? Oh, yes, that's right.
Dom's in on it.
That bag of money is there. They're going to make me, I'm going to be heading up the whole cabinet because of this cover up. Did you get that over at the Trump administration? Yeah, Tom, cover up. Gotcha. Great job today. You had them flying all over the place, Tom. All right. I'm glad Dan's taking a respite here. 855-839-1210. Side question today. Today is JFK's birthday. We've come up with a brand new side question on this. We want to know, given where society is today, and I have three big reasons. Somebody who, what they've done clearly that we know is overlooked for one of three reasons. I mean, bad stuff. One, society's changed. So maybe, I don't think that's the main reason why Kennedy still skates. Maybe the person is alive and they're redeemed, like Michael Vick, who I think is a redeemed individual. Now, he can't be president for running a dogfighting ring, but short of that, he's able to be out there in the mainstream. A third reason people get a pass is because their ideology is right. Kennedy. So he gets a pass. I'm going to take off the board Michael Vick as an example of redeemed. Now, here's one I don't think is going to be able to advance because of what she did. Kristi Noem. Shooting the dog, writing about it in the book. Does she get a pass because her ideology is right with some people? Does she get a pass because she's redeemed? I don't see a pass coming there. So we're looking for somebody. Here's an example. President Trump with his track record with marriage. Years ago, and that's many years ago, and it's a good thing. If you were divorced in that manner, even Trump would have trouble running for president. You couldn't be divorced. You had to stick it out. Rockefeller was an example. So in the past, you're a divorced guy, usually a man, running for president. You're not going to win. That's going to be a big problem. We've gotten past that, rightfully so. Henry, who's yours?
Yeah. How about I take off someone whom you might celebrate, but me and Dan absolutely do not, and that would be one Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison, obviously seen as this great inventor,
yes,
even though he was only stealing it from Tesla. And in addition to that, in order to test these, electric currents he was doing, he was zapping them. He was zapping animals to test those currents. So,
I didn't know that. Well,
not exactly a great guy with the electricity there.
Back in the day, that was allowed. So
yeah.
Now we're in a different era where I hear you. Yes. So you got Edison's a good example, even though I differ with it. All right, somebody you believe gets a pass today because society's changed, their ideology is right, or they're redeemed. They're viewed as redeemed, so they get away with it. Also, Epstein or J6 FBI involvement. All right, your calls are next. 855-839-1210.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Officials in Darby Township, Delaware County have shut down a volunteer fire company because of a staffing shortage. Christiana Care wins a bid to purchase several Crozier outpatient facilities in Delco. And the brand new Formula Arcade and Bar in Center City revs up for today's grand opening.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Tom time. 855-839-1210. You got the side question. It's a little bit more complicated. JFK birthday. Somebody who kind of gets away with it. We moved on one reason or another. It doesn't stick. I'd say it will stick with Kristi Noem, though. You know, running for president or something like that. That's a little bit different. All right. And the Epstein thing, you heard Dan Bongino from Fox and Friends this morning. Here's a little bit where Brett Baer confronted, this is cut 20, Kash Patel with his Dan Bongino Trump conspiracy clip to get Kash Patel in the hot seat last night. Cut 20.
Do you think actual prosecutions will come from some of this stuff?
I think from some of this stuff, when we go back and look at things like the pipe bomber case, the cocaine in the White House, January 6th, and Crossfire Hurricane,
The prosecutorial decisions will lay at the Department of Justice, but we are rigorously investigating them, and I think we've developed some great leads. And I also think we're not going to wait for any blue ribbon commissions. That's up to Congress. If they want to do that, that's totally fine. They're a coordinate branch of government. But we've got answers coming on all these matters.
You promise?
I do.
Your deputy, before he became deputy, said this.
Like many people, I believe the FBI knows the identity of this pipe bomber on January 6th, 4 years ago, and just doesn't want to tell us because it was an inside job.
Why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is.
Does the FBI know who it is?
The FBI, under me and Dan Bongino's leadership, has reestablished that investigations of great public importance that almost blew up the DNC and RNC in Washington, D.C., an area in which then Vice President Harris was in the vicinity of, is something that needs to be answered. And we learned that FBI leadership in the prior administration slow-rolled and basically shut that investigation off. So we turned it on. And we have some great leads, and Dan is actually going to talk about that when he does Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. These guys seem like they're methodically dealing with this. And I think, I'm pleased that people said, no, the J6 thing, I need to know that more than Epstein. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit me on the side question, too. Somebody who kind of got away with it, and things change. They're liberal usually, like Kennedy. I mean, Kennedy history, people saying, oh, yeah, look at this guy. Look at what he was doing. You don't hear them saying it tarnished his legacy or his image that much, so you're not going to do that with JFK. And then if they're alive, but they appear to be redeemed, America's a nation of second chances, yeah, that's true too. There are a lot of them. Hit us with one that you really like. And you heard the whole Epstein exchange with Bongino. Here's a little bit of the exchange with... a little bit more with Kash Patel. Here, he says the same thing, that Epstein killed himself. Cut 6. All right, that's okay. All right, so, with Kash Patel, we have him saying that Epstein killed himself, if you have that one, Henry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm on the phone here.
Okay, all right.
What could you ask me for?
Yes, cut 6. Yeah.
Former FBI Director Chris Wray eventually admitted to Congress there were 26 FBI confidential human sources in and around the Capitol January 6th, but not actual agents. Can you say that's true? Are there more than that? What you're learning from that?
I can say that is definitely a piece of the truth. Why it took a ton of time for and questioning in Congress for the director to get that point is what I'm trying to eliminate from the FBI. If Congress asks you a question under oath, whether or not there were sources in around January 6th at the Capitol, you as the director of the FBI need to know that and not deflect and give a DC answer. You have to be prepared for that, and that's the answer we're giving. That's the answer Chris Wray should have given.
And eventually everybody's going to know the whole picture.
Yeah, because the American people deserve that. And look, no one's more frustrated than me. Remember, I was chief of staff of the Department of Defense on January 6th. We said that we were ready, and the president had previously authorized the National Guard to be there days in advance. I spent 2 years, a small fortune, grand juries, to testify to the truth. And what happens now, years later? We were right. Bowser and Pelosi rejected that offer, and instead of figuring out how to prevent security lapses like that ever again, the American public spent tens of millions of dollars and countless hours on TV listening to conspiracy theories because those in positions of leadership failed to tell the American public the truth.
But there is a lot of conspiracy theories out there.
There are.
The Epstein thing, you dealt with Maria, you said, as far as you know, he killed himself.
I'm telling you he killed himself.
All right, I'm telling you, Henry, he killed himself. There you go.
As far as he knows.
No, he didn't say that. He said, I'm telling you, he killed himself. How many more words do we have to splice, put in, don't put in? That was the clearest one. That's why I wanted to get to the end of that. All right. We'll take your calls coming up at 855-839-1210. I have more on this A.B. Hernandez, the guy who is poised to win the California championships this weekend. and how they're going to award medals. You will not believe the medal awarding that will go on. But here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. So the Epstein thing. Now we're told to believe old Dan Bongino, who, come on, let's check the card of Dan Bongino and Talk Radio. Conspiracy. So suddenly, Bongino, Kash Patel's written books on this. Neither one of them can be trusted on this. Well, okay. Who would be credible if they said it? And the answer is nobody. Once people or significant numbers want a conspiracy, and I get why in the case of this guy, I get how did he go on? We know how he was going on this number of years and everything else. The reason was he was connected somehow or another, gathering intelligence, Prince Andrew, Clinton, God knows who. That's it. Did people want him dead? Yes. A lot of people wanted him dead, without a doubt. But you're telling me now that Patel and Bongino are going out there, given their track record, going down this path. So does it point toward President Trump is in on it too? Wow, now it's a conspiracy of conspiracies. Or do you think Trump would allow Patel and Bongino to be doing this? It would get at Clinton, Prince Andrew, God knows who else. Then you have the theory, well, it would bring down the world. So the only way you're going to believe it is if we say he was killed by X, etc. That's the only thing will satisfy them. I'm not the one saying this. All I have is what you have publicly. I don't have inside sources on this. But I would say, if you're going against Bongino and Patel on this, you're going against two guys who climbed the ladder by going after conspiracy, some of which I agree with. They were obvious. They're not conspiratorial. They're not hidden. So why would it happen? Because of good old idiots and incompetency. Now you can say, well, they intentionally put these dummy guards in there, knowing that there would get to be, opportunity here at something, that Epstein would kill himself. Yeah, that I could see, of course. We know how incompetent they were. I don't know whatever punishment they got or did not get. Well, why don't you have somebody there just watching them 20? Because they don't do that. They should. I'm in agreement on that. This should be as much as humanly possible. But just imagine, we're dealing with prison, the government, etc. Incompetency is their watchword. Think of the city of Philadelphia being in charge of anything and the result you're going to get. All right, let me go to Paul in South Philly. He's in on talk. Okay. Let me go to Christine. Hey, Christine, welcome in. Christine, are you there? Yo, Christine.
Hi, Dom. It's Chrissy Balster, not specifically about this, but tied to the White Marsh news.
Oh, okay.
That rolled out late yesterday.
Yes, Christine. Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, so just wanted to follow up with you and the listeners. I know you all have heard. I know there's been discussion on this and some other township news over the last 24 hours, but we're in high spirits here in White Marsh. We've got a good old grassroots story here, a win. Over the past 2.5, 3 weeks, thank you to your help as well. The community showed up, we spoke out, and we got it done. We've got our parade back in White Marsh.
What do you attribute it to, though? There's got to be some sane voice here, Christine, that moved the needle or some event, because the meeting I went to, and I apologize, I didn't see you there, the guy who was just apologizing and all, not transparent, that was okay. I thought there'd be a big reveal, and then the police chief gets up and says nothing other than what we knew, and then this report, more than a curve, I got to give them credit, saying they were sending officials out to bother vendors who just said that weakness begets weakness. What's the lesson other than your great efforts to petition? I mean, what turned them around finally?
It wasn't luck. We've been talking a lot over the past 2 to 3 weeks. This was hard work, specifically from the community. It was a collaborative effort from the neighbors. We did the work for the board and the township, I'd say. We showed them the way to make this parade happen, that it was a must, it was a necessity, not just a nice idea that potentially they could cut at a whim. I got to be honest with you, I don't know how much you heard from last night's very short meeting, but it was a walk in the park for the board. It was less than 10 minutes and done. So that's the power of community in action. You're right. Notably absent from last night's meeting was our finance director, Kevin. So now he is one of 2 individuals under investigation stemming from that email exchange that you mentioned, which was retaliating against a resident for a Facebook comment. We've heard More Than the Curve has done a phenomenal job on this, continuing to push forward. We heard that it's tied to a personnel issue, and according to the chief, he mentioned that no officers were directly involved and that it was a single employee in an admin role who spoke with Kevin Barron specifically. So we'll see. We'll learn more. Not a good look for the township, I'd say, but we will celebrate the brief, short win from last night's meeting.
Well, no, it's not the township. It's also the lesson is here with his chief. And all the chiefs of police that I spoke with, Christine, said the same thing. They don't get it. We live in a world. I mean, look at the shooting out on City Line Avenue at almost height of rush hour yesterday, that we have to give a little bit to participate. If there were even a vague threat, let alone a credible one, then you definitely have to look at that. This parade, a lot of little kids and all that. So the lesson is that this just is not the way you ought to be jumping into this. You know, the best point made out of all this, it was by you. It was there in front of me, but I glanced over it, that White Marsh was a scene in the Revolutionary War with battle, well, if not battles, back and forth, bloodshed, et cetera. 250th anniversary coming up next year. This is the last place that ought to be doing this.
The last place. I think there are a lot of missteps, and unfortunately, what has unraveled in the past 2.5 weeks has raised more questions than answers. We've got a simple ask. It's not going to stop. Discussions are going, and the pressure is going to continue into the June 12th next meeting and beyond. The township is urging the board to learn from these tough lessons, one that we just experienced. They need to commit to transparency, to collaboration, of which we've heard did not happen across emergency teams and those resources, those experts within the community. And no more rubber stamps, no more backroom politics, at least not to the degree that we are seeing today. So the community, the White Marsh community, deserves leadership. We're ready to put the people first from a community aspect. Now we're asking the same from the board and the township.
Well, Christine, thank you very much. Just keep us in the loop, and great work. I like how measured you were. I'm glad the morning show with Nick and with me, we were able to add, a level to this, that hopefully lessons learned here, and you're going to have a great parade on July 4th. I'm going to be in town, so I got to stop by and see that 1/8 of a mile.
Yes, excellent. Dom and everyone at 1210, thank you so much. You all rock. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Christine. All right, and Christine's a listener, so there's that. All right, let me go to Paul in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure speaking to you. The point I want to make is I worked in a county jail, and when we used to have somebody that was suicidal, allegedly, or otherwise, we would put them into a cell by themselves. We would put them into what we call a suicide shroud, which is AK known as a oven mitt, which was very strong material that they couldn't tear or use anything to make any kind of knots or anything like that. They had a bunk with nothing on it.
Right.
And the cell was lit. There was a camera in there, and we had a guy watching it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as long as they were suicidal. So to me, Bongino saying that Epstein killed himself was saying like, what's his name? Like Oswald was the lone shooter who shot Kennedy.
Well, he was the shooter, that Oswald that shot Kennedy, but that's for another conspiracy and another day, Paul. But you know the history of Dan Bongino? Why would Dan Bongino want to get up there and embarrass himself? Yesterday he cried, or this morning, because his wife is living in Florida. He's divorced from her in the sense of separated because of his job, and she's in Florida. Why would he do all that and then lie about this, Paul? Do you ever think about that?
I thought about it, and it almost seems to me that there's other, and I don't even want to say conspiracy theories, but there's some pressure on him to make it look like, first of all, I don't care if they say video, audio, whatever. You can have with AI today and with all the different
Well, then
types
you're
of
not, but
techniques
Paul,
that-
wait a minute. You got across my question. Why would a guy give up talk radio, and he was a national leader, be estranged from his wife because she's in Florida. They're in love, but they separate because of the job, and then do this? Why?
Honestly, I think he may have a self-destructive nature, and this is a way of him, if he does fail, he can say, well, it wasn't really my fault, but actually it was just something that I was following policy or I was following the official line or whatever. But it almost sounds like he's got a self-destructive personality, but he has it in such a way that he has to justify it through an official
Okay. All right. Thank you, Paul. Or look, what would be the easier and feather in your cap here? And the easier and feather in your cap, given these two guys are sensitive to where Trump supporters probably want them to go, to say that no, Epstein was killed. It would be a bigger feather in their cap. So do you really want to say the big guy is pushing them to do that, President Trump? You really want to attack President Trump in this? Is that where it goes? No, it would be a feather in their cap to say, we believe Epstein was killed. And whatever, some of the stuff that you would bring up, some of the stuff we've heard, why was he allowed to do that? That would be the feather in their cap. They would be heroes. They got in there, they're spilling their guts. It was covered up all this period of time. Prince Andrew, they're going to go after Clinton, et cetera, and other elements, deep state, this and that. That's exactly what would make them heroic. Doing this, what powerful force would control them? You really have to answer that. There's only one, President Trump. Come on, you believe Trump wants to cover up Epstein? Trump was smart enough with Epstein that there's no connection to anything remotely that he has to worry about that I see with Epstein. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That will get you in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All we need you to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us on the side question, too. Somebody who has essentially gotten away with it in the sense maybe they're redeemed, they're perceived better now. God, with the pardons that's going on, just a quick note on that. I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care if it's Biden. I would limit the power of pardon. I don't know how to do it with the chief executive. But no, I'm not pardoning young boy NBA. Give me a break. Get another name. Just the pardoning stuff is way those goofballs that were reality stars. No, just had the looks of them. Oh, everything's overreach. This sounds like Larry Krasner. We make ourselves sound ridiculous. And we can say, well, look at Biden. Yes. Don't we all agree deep down? It's too cavalier, the power. I don't like the woman that's in charge of the pardons. I don't care what Hannity says. Hannity's a hypocrite on this. The Johnson woman. She was leading a drug cartel. Yeah, but that's overreach. Okay, let them all out. Pardon everybody. Do you want the power of the president to pardon to be curtailed? Yes or no? It's a simple answer. I don't know how we'd set a limit. I don't know what we would do. I don't want to take it away completely. I realize the power of that and what was intended. But this is just ludicrous, the numbers that are being racked up. Are you buying it? It's overreach, Dom. I'm telling you, it's all overreach. Well, that's what the Krasner people say. Nobody did anything in Philadelphia. The people that shot up that car on City Line yesterday. Come on now. They're living under pressure. Drug gang work is tough. 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us Friday, June 6th for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, to kick things off in style. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. Stop by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Don Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It's Friday, June 6th. We'll see you there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Now that we're clearing all the conspiracy debris here, somebody's kind of infiltrated, not in a mean way. They think I might be sympathetic, my Twitter, because we have Scott Presler on every Monday. This woman who's got a beef with Scott Presler, she's one of these audit the vote conspiracy nuts, that Scott Presler is a large part of the problem, like he's the front man for mail-in balloting. Scott Presler has done more for the cause than anybody I'm in touch with in any way, shape, or form in helping win the last election. And he's dead right. And we still have the dead-end gang out there that's going to tell us that if you're for mail-in balloting, given always being on top of it, then you're part of the problem. These losers, that's what you are, just stone-cold losers. You want to be in your little caves, your little Substacks, and all the rest of it, preaching about you're the enemy within. We've won this battle. Linda Kearns, one of our honorees at Dom Day in Wildwood this year, is one of the reasons why. The Secretary of Defense. Yeah, well, then show up with your mail-in ballot and deliver it days before. You know what it's about. It's the math. Why would we still? Because it gives them power. They're all on podcasts, conspiracy mongering. Conspiracy's better than sex. Oh, it's rigged. Hey, newsflash, we won the last time. And if we do a little bit better in mail-in balloting this time, we're going to win the midterms. Yeah, but take your yeah buts and go somewhere else. Okay? We got it covered here in Pennsylvania with Presler, with Linda Kearns, with Watley. Again, would I like to go back? Sure, we win easier if you can just vote on Election Day and you have to go through an absentee ballot process. But we're not going to go back there until we win the governor's office. And we're not going to do that unless we do mail-in balloting. Can we check that box? Apparently not. I'm just seeing it crop up on my Twitter and going after Scott Presler, of all people. All right, Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. As far as Bongino goes, to me, I saw a tale of two personalities. You know, the tough guy he was on his podcast, and how convicted he was, and how he changed. And with that, I'd like to present Exhibit A, Amy Coney Barrett. She was going to be the best thing for the Supreme Court, and she's done nothing but make us question her. So something, abstractly, I got to believe something happens when you get in that beltway. Who knows what it is? But
wait a minute, Joe. It's Kash Patel, too, the director of the FBI. Both of them.
Well, maybe something inflicted both of them. I mean, you can't sit there on your podcast and say something's dirty in the state of Denmark,
right,
and then go to work and say, oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. I just something needs to be looked at more here.
Well, do you hear President Trump saying anything? Why is he not saying something?
Well, maybe he needs to tackle them ahead. You know, maybe there's some work going on behind the scenes where, you know, he's saying, hey, guys, I didn't hire you for this, so we got to do some damage control. But there's something that happens to these people that, you know, when they get in there, they take on a whole different work ethic and personality.
Well,
that we can't.
Joe, with all due respect to that, I see Amy Coney Barrett. We missed the signs, but Bongino, particularly with what he's given up, and he wants to go back to talk radio. Here's a question for you. If what we saw this morning is the final word of what Bongino says, can he go back to talk radio?
If Anthony Weiner can go to talk radio, anybody can.
Oh, all right.
You know, I mean, to answer your question, you know, there's, like you said yesterday, power is an aphrodisiac. It's stronger than money. You get power, you will have money someday. And, you know, he's probably salvaging. He could be salvaging something that, you know, he may be up against. Who knows?
All right.
But,
to be continued, Joe. We're indifferent now. Who's your person who?
My guy has ticked me off for the last 4 decades, and I used to scream at the TV every time he was heading the Senate Ethics Committee. Excuse me. I used to scream at the TV saying, can you just point beyond this guy and say, if anybody's going to preach ethics to me, can you get somebody else in here? Because he left somebody in a creek to die. And that's Ted Kennedy.
That is a good one. That's a real good one. I would counter that by saying, you know what? It always comforted me. He never became president. And I would predict no further Kennedys are going to become president. I know, given what he did get away with. All right. 855-839-1210. So JFK birthday. You got the side question. You can get in on Epstein. Coming up, YouTube alert, we're going to show you video of a 3-year-old run over by a bike, an e-bike in New York that's calling a lot of attention. I knew I was going to talk about this today. So when I get out today, I look 3 times from my car because it's the most obvious thing. Where we park, the bike lane is 6 inches away. It's obvious to get out. It's not like you're crossing with red lights and trucks coming at you. And you have maniacs coming 30 or 40 miles an hour downhill right here in Center City, Philadelphia. It's like the expressway. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rule stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So we have a second federal judge who has now blocked President Trump's tariffs. This other was from a court that not too many people knew about it. It'll go to the Supreme Court. I think they'll reaffirm the power of the president over this, that Congress gave them presidents the power. But it does undercut, does put us into a funny position internationally, at least initially. I haven't checked in the last 20 minutes. The markets reacted very favorably because, again, we know some of the downside, some of the reaction to the back and forth over these tariffs. So this is fluid. They are going to appeal, but it's all another part of the attempt to just slow down whatever comes out of the executive branch, despite the speed, despite all that stuff. It's another slowdown tactic. And the other thing I like that Marco Rubio's doing today is aggressively pushing back on the over-enrollment of Chinese students in America if they're in critical studies, meaning stuff where spying might go on, or members of the Communist Chinese Party. Now, you can say, well, come on, this is difficult. If you're in China, you certainly want to be members of the Communist Chinese Party. I think it's under 100 million, though, are members. And what do they have, 1 billion people? So I'm unclear how much pressure. I would agree that not all of them are commies. But again, do we need 28 to 30% of foreign students at all these colleges? No, they pay the full bill. That's why the colleges want them. So Rubio wants more vetting on this. Now, I was on Newsmax early this morning, and the guy opposing me said that I want to cut off all these people that are going to be entrepreneurial and do all these wonderful things here in this country. I'm so tired of hearing this. I was ready to say, are you Vivek Ramaswamy? Remember that at Christmas? You know, Americans can't do this. We have to import all these people. That's where the real talent is. Remember, he said too many Americans are having sleepovers. These people are not. How are we the greatest nation? We've been through this, right? That we have to hear this. So I think Rubio is going to do this effectively, and I think he should do this. We're in Cold War 2.0 with China and finally getting it on. We know exactly what they do in this country and what they try to do. So if there's some collateral damage here in this, now, of course, the Chinese are saying, oh, look at America. You censor, you have violence. Yeah, I don't think we have people working in slave labor camps as you do, as a routine practice. They say, they're ratcheting up today, the various Chinese outlets in America. This is like the Chinese Exclusion Act back in the 1890s or something. No, it's not. This is a shot across the bow of communist China. It's calling a halt to the chaos they've created in this country. And we're going to bring in people that are useful to us, not people that might cause us difficulty. There is a lot of spying, a lot of stealing of information. I told you I was invited to speak at Drexel, and the only reason it wasn't an international incident was a friend invited me to speak there for his class. It was at the height of the NBA thing, and I kind of got into it with some of the Chinese students that were coming to Drexel in the room. So I didn't back down, but I didn't ferociously say, get the hell out of here, as I felt like saying. You know, you remember that. We were told to shut up about it. So, no, I think Rubio's on the right path here. We'll see exactly what he does around this. Now, I was asked, too, this Newsmax thing, at President speaking at 1 o'clock, they're holding a news conference at 1 o'clock. What's the question you would ask today? And my question was this. Are you going to let California get away with this? That's what I think is happening. California's playing cute. We told you a little bit of what they're going to do in the big event with the trans athlete this weekend, the track and field. Now it comes out that if the guy who's a fake woman, a disgrace, who's beating up on girls in these events, comes in the first 9 places in any event, then they're going to give a medal that would be a dual medal. The girl will get a medal, too, for the first 9 places. I don't know why you get medals for 9 places. I thought it was 3. And then they have a plan is in the works. So they are, though not addressing Hernandez by name or gender, presents plans for if Hernandez would advance from Friday's trials and medal on Saturday by finishing either the high jump, long jump, or triple jump. And their directive says that they will be giving out potentially corresponding medals.
What material would 9th place be?
I don't know.
Well, first is gold, second silver, third bronze.
Yeah. Well, they're all just
I guess fourth would be like aluminum.
tin, I mean,
right?
why they went down the 9 is a problem in itself. Yeah. It's a participation trophy. Yeah, you got a little thing saying you were 9th place.
No, you made it to the summit. I mean, almost as close as you can get.
That's true too. But I mean, you know, that's a participation trophy of a sort, and they're going to have a corresponding trophy. So whoever comes in second among the girls, as I understand it, will get a medal similar, will get the gold as Hernandez will. Now, this is a breakthrough in that what we're seeing here is an admission that this is unfair, even though not say it suggests that, and we're treating this differently. But what is Trump going to do about it? He's going to let him get away with it here. Oh, come on, Don. What do you expect him to do? Well, they said they would withhold federal funds. Withhold them. Do it right now. Take a break and say, yo, all federal funds are frozen. Well, you just can't do that. Well, we'll see. I would withhold anything and do anything to California I could right now to make them stop this guy from winning this weekend. That's how important it is. Don't let him have the chance to do this. We'll sort out everything else later. California is trying to buy time. They're trying to say, look, we're trying to be fair, more female participation. It's not about participation. It's about winning. They can't win. I'm not sure in all three events if he wins every time, but it seems like it. So you're just going to let him win, and you're going to investigate them. We don't need to investigate him. We know exactly what's being done here. This is a biological male. They can't compete with him, nor should they have to. And again, other than Riley Gaines, Paula, the usual people, we had Jennifer Say on yesterday, who was excellent. Where are the other women to say something about this, to movingly tell us, as a female athlete, why you compete? And it's not to come in second or just to participate. It's about all out, doing the best that you can. And you have to admit it. I'm just waiting for one of these idiots to say, well, they're just going to have to train harder. They're going to have to be better. They physically cannot do this. They're losing by, in one event, 8 feet. How are you going to make that up? Would they want them to shoot up with testosterone or something? I don't know if that could be done. Is that the advice? How in the world can you stand by and see this? So I said I would call upon the president, do it now. No more investigations. Stop this now. Make a point. Take whatever. Trump takes drastic action. I don't know what legal action or Pinkertons or federal officials. I would do that. Yes, it is a federal case. I would stop this guy from being able to compete. If the courts want to tell me I can't do it later, I'm stopping him this weekend at least. Come on now. Then I get on record that a female won, and then let them fight it out. I would not allow it to stand. They're winning on this. They're admitting stuff, running out the clock, and they're poised. And the Trump administration doesn't seem to know what to do. Threatening will not stop them. You got to do it. All right, let me go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Before I get to the side question, I read the big, beautiful bill last night, the provisions and whatnot.
Okay.
And I'm urging the Republicans who are hesitant about this to pass the bill, okay? There's two reasons why they don't want to fund the bill, or they don't want to pass the bill, as they say, is that they're afraid that we're spending money at the same level for this year, just this year, that Biden did. And I would tell them Biden sent billions to these DEI and transgender and all this nonsense. Trump's going to build a Golden Dome missile defense system with that money, okay? It's not like he's throwing away money like Biden did. He recognizes that the first year is going to have to be high, okay, because of current commitments and whatnot. And he's saying that instead of spending it on nonsense, we can spend it on real things like the missile defense system. The second thing that Republicans have a problem with is saying, well, it's going to create too much of a deficit. Dom, we've been here before. In 1981, they told Reagan the same thing, that his tax cuts would bankrupt the economy. And by the end of his term, the federal government was taking in twice as much in revenue as they did when he came into office after tax cuts. Republicans need to learn their history. Pass this bill. If you pass this bill with the tax cuts for overtime and tips, you will crush it in the midterms. If you don't pass this bill, you may keep the Senate, but you will lose the House, and we don't need that. Pass this bill. bite the bullet for 1 year, pass this big, beautiful bill, and I'm telling you, it will usher in the golden age that we're talking about. I'm tired of these hesitant Republican senators who want to play it safe and they're afraid to do anything, and they're hamstringing the MAGA movement. And they do that at their own peril, Dom, at their own peril. If they marginalize the MAGA movement, Republicans won't win elections for years, and I think you know that.
Oh, that's without a doubt. That's what I worry about after Trump. But who's your person, Robert, that you think over time has kind of gotten away with it?
I think I have a pretty good answer, Dom. I met him in person when I was in the orphanage. I'm going to go with Muhammad Ali. He refused to go fight in Vietnam. He pulled some jail time for it. He was stripped of his belt, but afterwards he came back, took his belt back, and became an American icon. He even carried the Olympic torch at one time. And I think that he didn't change anything. I just think that America came around to him. But I really think that he was what you would call a redeemed individual.
You met him. Now, why was he redeemed, though? He still seemed, you think he was saying different stuff after that? I remember when he carried the torch, I objected to that. I don't think he should have. Right.
Well, I guess I am a little biased because I met him, and one of the counselors at the orphanage I grew up with knew somebody who worked at his training camp, and he took us up there, and he was so gracious and nice to us because I think that he had a similar upbringing, you know. But I just think that America saw him differently. I don't think he changed. I think America changed a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Robert. That's a good one. They're definitely from the confrontation to where he ended up. All right. I'll show you coming up, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Show you this little 3-year-old. And on Reddit, one of our favorite hangouts, some of the comments are going after the dad. All the dad did is they're getting out of the car and they're walking through a protected bike lane. And I got to tell you, I just told you this morning, I looked 3 ways because, you get out of your car, you're parked next to it. And the New York Post is saying they got to put speed limits in on this. I don't know how you're going to do that. You're going to have cops going around checking your speed. I don't think you should be able to drive a motorized thing through these lanes. It's insane. And the bike lane is in the top 5 symbols of those on the left. They love it, the aggression of it. In Philadelphia, that bicycle coalition, they're crazy. Are they really being helped, though, by all these people driving bikes that are motorized of one sort or another? Dangerous. All right, straight ahead, phone lines to 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This was war time ammunition.
She probably would like to slap Larry Krasner upside the head. What a damning situation that is. If you're a mayor that believes in law and order, if you're a chief of police, I would assume you love law and order, and then you have to acquiesce to the district attorney who's a total skunk.
At 8:07, do we have a description of the shooters at Fairmount Park yet?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you again at 8:17 if we have a description yet of the shooters.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I want to ride my bicycle.
All right, yeah, Dom Giordano show. So, I haven't thought it through what the top 5 would be. YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. The bike lanes. Now, where Dan and I park, you open your door and your door is just a couple of inches inside the vaunted bike lane. We're in a situation where there's no lights, there's no stop signs for blocks. It's downhill, really downhill. And these people are constantly coming through with one motorized vehicle or another. So this is a little bit on YouTube. I don't know if there's any commentary, Henry, cut 14. But, no, I'm sorry. Cut.
We have it.
I got it.
Yeah.
Sure.
This was in the Williamsburg section of New York. The guy jumps out. I think he's taking the daughter to something or handing her off to somebody. So he puts his hazard lights on, and he's forgetting. Oh my God, they're killing him on Reddit. Well, what are you allowing your daughter to go cross a bike path for? Because it's idiotic. It's not like we have traffic lights and we're on a street. You forget for a second. It's happened to me. I saw it yesterday with a guy. And a guy came to a screeching halt. He was going around 30 or so. And you just feel like, what the hell are we doing? This is progressive thing.
They're menaces.
And the protected lane, when you're walking to get, say, to your building, you sometimes forget there's a protected lane on the other side of the cars. Well, you shouldn't. Well, we're human. Here's a little bit of the video.
Yeah, we've been playing it on as you've been speaking.
Okay, yeah. So
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, and Dom, the girl gets wrecked.
I'm really surprised she got up from this, or the father pulled her up from it. But the comments of the bike community are, well, this one's on the dad. Even a non-motorized bicycle would have hit the kid for how he ran out between the two parked cars, one of which was a giant blacked-out Escalade. I mean, it's too much already. It's too much. Too many bike. I've seen bike lanes, not in Center City even, but in various places. Like, really, has anybody ever come from? We had our parking, well, I admit our bias, taken away on Market Street because they had to put bike lanes in there that it doesn't appear to be anybody really uses. It seems off the beaten path. But there's just the whole notion of this, that they are determined that they have it's climate, they're more healthful, they're doing something better than you, and you have the car. I will always stand with the car. There's no more element of freedom than the car. But when you get out in Center City, be very careful, particularly in certain areas. Again, should you put the motorized bikes on the street? Yeah, let them fend for themselves. I don't want them in the bike lane.
So this is just more a motorized bike issue?
Yes.
We'd say. Okay.
Well, I mean, the whole thing I'm against.
And the
yes.
scooters, those dang electric scooters.
Yeah, the scooter, the electric
motorized
scooters.
What about
motorized
the
scooters,
electric unicycles?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those
yeah,
things, but,
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
only you were
Well,
riding
you
those,
notice
Henry.
where we are. It's downhill with no traffic. There's very few areas of Center City, I think, where it's that long and downhill, the speed you build up. And it seems like the other thing is, these people that have to have everything delivered, get out and walk a little bit and go pick up your own food. I'm tired of this.
I don't like when they zoom right in that walkway under the building here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they've always been hit like a few times doing that. Like I'm trying to walk out the door and they're just zooming in. Like,
oh, that's urban
your
life.
DoorDash.
That's our city. I was unaware that they were even legal in there. I thought it was, but in New York,
I
they're
don't
legal.
I don't think it is legal in our walkway. I just think they do it anyway to cut through.
No, I mean in the bike lanes. They're not a bike. They're a motorized vehicle. They're picking up speed. They banned them from the boardwalk, I think, in Wildwood for the obvious reason. You get hit by this, like this little girl. I'm surprised she wasn't killed or could have been killed. And again, why the need for this? Why the share the road? And you know how that works. They go through lights. You have to stop at the light. So how are we sharing the road? And there are places on the drive where they make the bike lane curve into the center. You have to be aware of that at all times, where they're going to be in the center versus where you're going to be maneuvering to turn right. Again, I'm all about people riding bikes, health. I'm in agreement with that. But this is unreasonable. And by the way, my sense is a lot of these people don't look too healthy to me that are alleged bike riders there. I'm just saying I'd like to put them through.
That's why they're riding the bike.
But they're riding e-bikes. They're not even pedaling.
Yeah, they're riding e-bikes or some other thing that you're completely unprotected. You're on a scooter going through traffic at 30 miles an hour. What could happen?
Well, that's the thing is, if scooters are required to drive in traffic or motorcycles, why aren't bikes with engines? They're the same thing.
They're the same thing.
They
well,
are.
It wouldn't be safe for them. Oh, but what about us? And
are Teslas allowed to drive in the bike lane because they're electrified?
There you go. The thing for us is rightfully, we ought to look when we get out of our car and look down Chestnut Street to see if anything's coming, but there's a curve and everything else. And occasionally you forget. I try to steel myself. All right, what do I have to do the instant my foot touches the pavement so some maniac doesn't hit me? Again, this is one of the, and you know who started it in Philadelphia? Well ahead of the curve, the fetish over this. So Sherrell Parker's been mayor, 2 years is it now? So a year and a half, whatever. And then you had 2 Kenny terms. When Kenny ran that number of years ago, he was way ahead of the curve. That was among his top 3 issues. Bike lanes, bike lanes, bike lanes. He played right into this, and they love it. Who are the people? There's only about 20,000 of them or so that are members of the Bicycle Coalition, but they're single-issue voters. If you're on their side and promise them anything, you see this all the time, then they don't forget it. They show up to vote for you. And the rest of us don't know that you're in the tank for them. A lot of Center City is becoming protected bike lanes. So it's just an endless cycle. And I would say the proportion of motorized bikes, scooters, or whatever is at least a third, if not more. It may be approaching half versus people I see on bikes. It's that much. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Dan, we didn't get yours. Do you have somebody that they're either redeemed, they get a pass, society's changed?
Yeah.
Who's yours?
Well, Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
You remember?
Yeah.
Remember
Buckle up, buckaroo.
Yeah, she kind of
right.
hit and killed somebody that we kind of forget about. And also, how about the DuPont family? Well, specifically the one DuPont, the wrestler guy with the Foxcatcher farm.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
Like you go to Longwood Gardens, Dom, you're not going to hear any mention of that situation.
So, but has he gotten away with it, though? I mean,
I think we've kind of forgotten. I mean,
well, yeah,
DuPonts are still one of the elite families around.
Oh,
and,
yeah, but we took the name off the Villanova building is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some consequence. Yeah. And I still maintain Kristi Noem, people are not going to forget that one. I mean, running for president. It's forgotten now. She's the head of Homeland Security. You don't hear anybody saying anything. But beyond that, you run for president. Oh, my, I could just see the ads. I thought Trump was going to pick her for VP, too, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, this may be something that sinks us. Okay, that's how you get in. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Simple question here, and we'll bypass Henry for a moment on this because I'm sure he'll jump into the ring. The Phillies, well, I'm looking at the time now. They've started playing, right?
It's a doubleheader, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so do we have any report from the
yeah.
front? I would say they should not retaliate for what happened to Bryce Harper the other night. I'm in that camp. I'll tell you why this changed in my mind. If a pitcher can't get hit, then, guys retaliating and doing all this stuff, it's kind of out of whack. The other thing is you're dealing now with pitchers throwing, some of them 95 to 100 miles an hour. You're dealing with a deadly weapon here that you're fooling around with. And they're not that pinpoint that they can hit you somewhere and not somewhere vital. So, Dan, should the Phillies hit the Brave of the du jour today?
Well, I don't know because I'm not hugely plugged into this whole issue, but just looking at it from face value, when I see someone like Strider doing this,
right,
and when I know the reaction that Strider's gotten in the past here in Philadelphia, I have to wonder if there's some, sour milk there with Strider and the Phillies that far exceeds maybe even his teammates. So should they retaliate against the Braves? Maybe not, but maybe retaliate against Strider next time he's on the mound against the team. I don't know. Can you do that somehow?
Well, I mean, I'm an advocate. Look, if a guy hits me out of retaliation, major league or whatever, you go out to the mound. And if he can use a deadly weapon against you, I have a bat. Not saying you hit him in the head with a bat or anything, but how would you like to be hit in the leg? You want to throw a fastball, potentially killing me. I have a bat. Now, you got to watch it. If you do it to Nolan Ryan, one of the all-time great moments, Robin Ventura, I think, was kind of correct to charge him out.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan just grabbed him around the head and with his pitching hand started punching him in the head to submission.
Well, there's that famous clip from Bryce Harper against Hunter Strickland when Hunter threw it at Bryce and Bryce charged the mound, threw his baseball or his batting helmet at the pitcher, and then, it was a pretty big scuffle.
I agree with it because again, we're not dealing like in hockey, two guys fist fighting. You're dealing with something that can kill you and has. Henry, how about you? Should they retaliate?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you look at Strider's pitch map from that game, that was the only pitch that was anywhere near that kind of zone. It's not like he was missing his command that day.
Right.
I mean, there was only a 2-0 game. It was a pitcher's duel. So, yeah, I would retaliate, but I would wait to do it. And I saw someone make this point, and I'd like to second it. Wait until like August, September when Jose Alvarado's back, and then plunk him.
Yeah, but you say plunk them like these guys have that level of control.
They do. They're major leaguers. They have to dot it or everyone's going to take them yard.
Well,
that's the whole point of making the majors. That's the difference. You see people.
I don't think these guys are going to quite zone in and hit them in an area that we're talking about necessarily.
Sure.
All right.
That's what it takes to be a major leaguer. You have to be able to control your pitching.
All right, we'll see.
That's the difference between a AAA player and a major league player, and you see it all the time when a AAA player comes up and they don't do well.
Right.
It's because they can't locate. It's not that they have bad stuff. It's they can't locate.
So nothing yet, though. No retaliation.
No retaliation.
Right.
Wait, because Alvarado can't play in the postseason. What do you do? Suspend him again? Like, no. Get out there, plunk him then. Just wait on it.
All right,
with a 92-mile-per-hour fastball.
And the thing is, so you don't subscribe then. If I'm the hitter and I get hit, I'm just supposed to take it.
I mean, no, you're not. Obviously, you're not supposed to take it. But like for Bryce, like we still don't know what's wrong with him after this hit today. Like he's getting reevaluated today,
right?
And the Phillies been very mum about it. So it might be worse than it appeared. So in that moment, yeah, he's probably not thinking, oh, I got to go beat this guy up. He's going, ow, my elbow, I might have just broke it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you plunk someone, is when they can't fight for themselves.
All right, so we'll see the pinpoint accuracy. I'm going to be interested to see who gets hit, where they get hit, how close to the target it is. All right, 855-839-1210. Get us in on the side question, too. Somebody who we think has, history change our view of them, even though they did something maybe horrific. And we still have the tariff news of the day, which the markets are responding well to. Coming up, an AI executive, for at least one in that field, sounds a warning cry. And it's one time I agree with Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and a number of others. In the next couple of years, if you're a college graduate in certain fields, white collar, you may not be able to get into that field at entry level. AI is going to be doing it. So is AI to our benefit? I realize we're in a race with the Chinese for whatever reason they may use it. I am just appalled at the story we brought you yesterday, how far AI has gone already. Would you be up? Yeah, I would rather have AI as a surgeon. Really? Are you nuts? I'd rather have AI as a driver than rely on myself. It's endless. You got to be kidding me. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Kicking it all off next Friday, June 6th, live broadcast from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. We were just out there around Christmas, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Every month, Dawn will be featuring a few pets available for adoption.
Come out.
Come on out.
Watch the broadcast. We'll entertain you, and then hopefully you can adopt some needy pet from the Brandywine SPCA.
Come for Dawn, dogs, and the donuts. Stay for stock.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
Conditions dry out today as we're in between storm systems. We'll see some sunshine this afternoon. It'll be warmer with a high of around 75. For tonight, mostly cloudy and mild with a low of around 63. And for Friday, partly to mostly cloudy, chance for some showers later during the day with a high 78.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and a wide range of terms. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. This just in, Penn Medicine, big guy in town, one of the biggest, right? Penn Medicine will no longer provide gender-affirming care to patients under the age of 19, not 18, 19. Effective this week, citing new federal orders targeting such procedures among transgender minors. The order directed agencies to cease grants and other funding that could be used for gender-affirming care and instructed U.S. Department of Health to review the terms of publicly funded coverage under Medicare, Medicaid, Affordable Care Act. So the Penn system have backed off gender-affirming care. Let's see. The Inquirer says it's not legally binding, but it has had a chilling effect on health systems because it's unclear how far-reaching funding restrictions could be. Penn does not generally treat minors in its gender-affirming care program, but officials say the health system is in the process of notifying a small number of individuals affected by this. Let's see if there's anything else. Medication and hormone therapy, which are more common treatments, will remain available. Well, got to push back on that also, since some of that stuff is irrevocable. But Penn Medicine caving in on this is good news. Now, that then brings us, if Penn won't do this, why will Children's Hospital of Philadelphia? Because they're out of control, because they have that brand name, that pedigree that I used to love. You know, Luke was in the hospital when he was 18 months. And we saw how good they were. I've talked about that over the years. But now they have a cabal of people there, I think, that have taken over, and they're certainly engaged in this stuff. So Penn Medicine no longer doing this. And you could say, you guys are always talking about victories here. Yeah, because you don't realize how tough this is. I mean, look at it in California. Trump has issued the order. He's threatened. They're playing cute with all these things for the track event this weekend. This is a long and hard battle. You don't snap your fingers and they capitulate, but Penn has on this. And they're right to do so. And someday we're going to look back on it and say, how in the world were we allowing this, that people were doing this? Well, they're pushing back day to day, and they're racking up a number of things that are tremendous, but it's a slow process. And you have, as we've said this morning, now 2 judges blocking the president on the tariff issue, undercutting him internationally. Let me go to Larry in Southampton. Larry, good afternoon. Hi, Larry. Larry, are you there?
Larry!
All right, Larry, call us back. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Hello. Your side topic today is especially apropos because I saw a documentary about Sitting Bull on the History Channel last night. And Sitting Bull, after he massacred Custer in the 7th Cavalry, was the most hated man in America. And then he fled to Canada, finally surrendered, and then Buffalo Bill asked if he could be in his Wild West show, and he did appear there, and he was lauded as a freedom fighter after that.
That is amazing, and O'Reilly featured him in his big book, Killing Sitting Bull. I think he used Sitting Bull as the face of the Indian nations. That's a good one. That is a reclamation project. Yeah, the Custer attack is going to make you hate it for quite a while. All right, so Penn Medicine, no, not going to do the surgery now for those under 19. That's good news. I mean, all across America, things like this are happening every day. But as I said, it doesn't mean overnight you snap your fingers and we're off to the races on this. All right, I haven't looked. I'll give you an update. I'm going to check my Twitter to see where we are. Simple poll at Dom Show 1210. Which one of these 3 do you want to see done? Kash Patel get to the bottom of? Cocaine in the White House, the J6 FBI involvement, or Epstein? I thought it might be 50-50. Epstein's getting murdered in this, though. People are saying J6.
Epstein's getting murdered. He didn't do it himself.
There you go. That's the headline I was going for. That's right. Maybe that's what people are saying. All right, who's the conspirator? Someday will I be outed as a conspirator because I just say, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, why would they do that? You got to answer that question. And if you don't have a good answer to it, you have to think based upon what's knowable, based upon what we have. Again, was something left out and all that? Okay, I could understand that. But Bongino this morning said, I'll play it for you again at some point today. They have grainy film footage of this, and they're enhancing it, but they're keeping the grainy footage, and it will be released. But they ought to release it now. That I agree with. All this slowness, Pam Bondi teasing it and then not doing anything, those things just gather suspicion. Just release it, and then we'll move on. Although the conspiracy people will never move on, at least you'll be able to say, there it is. 855-839-1210. Hey, attention, future home sellers. Are you planning to sell your home? Housing market is changing fast, and it's not what it used to be. Well, I want to tell you about my great friend, Diane Giordano from Giordano Realtors. Learn how to stay ahead of the shifting real estate market, increase the value of your home at the next home seller seminar. Enjoy a glass of wine hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evenings, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll be there, and Diane will show everyone how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways, she really goes into detail, to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands, and share insider strategies that help homes sell faster and for more money. You can even get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when you're selling your home. The last thing you want to do is wing it. Just RSVP now. No charge. It's free. Great night, hors d'oeuvres, great wine, and great tips if you're in any stage of thinking of selling your home. Join us on June 11th. Call 215-576-8666. That's 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So this is right out of the Hillary Clinton playbook. Mikey Sherrill, the congresswoman from Jersey, who I believe will be the Democrat nominee for governor, was on CNN this morning. She was asked about this $20 million study to help the Democratic Party reach young men. She said, I don't need a study. I'm raising 2 young men and talk to hundreds of New Jerseyans every day. I hear their hopes and dreams, their concerns and their fears. People want to be listened to and heard. Our campaign is about listening and building from the bottom up, not the top down. Remember when Hillary first ran, and this is the first time we heard it big time, for the Senate. She went on a listening tour. You don't have to say anything. You get out of it. I'm just here to listen. All right, so is this going to be the campaign strategy? She's listening. No, young men have figured this out, and Trump and the bro influencers helped a little bit with it. What I think happened is they just gave up. They were apolitical. This time they probably voted. And as a result, the story's out there, and the people that with this $20 million study, they're right to call into question, why are Democrats getting killed with younger men? I would say particularly white, straight males. And the reason is they hate them. They see them as the problem for everything. There's no way in the world. I saw one of their influencers, Henry, and I think you cut this one. I have it here somewhere, right? That they say they know how to, or no, maybe, let's see. They talked about the fact, well, look, these young men are pro-choice, meaning they want abortions, they're pro-gay marriage, and they're pro-BLM. Those last two are highly doubtful, but they may be pro-choice. So, okay, we have, listen to this one Democrat activist who's, it's Pete. I think Pete recognized porn and gay marriage, too, he may have thrown in here. All right, so it's Mayor Pete. Here's his analysis.
Of course, we should be talking about how, if Speaker Johnson got his way, it wouldn't be possible, not just for gay people to get married, but for straight people to get divorced, let alone like birth control or how he would want to regulate porn or whatever most people would have a problem with. But
all right, so let's go to Mike Johnson. Well, Mike Johnson is not driving the ship here. Everybody knows that. The president is. Why go to Johnson? Well, you got it. That's a better. If I were them, that's a better target. Yeah, Mike Johnson wants to do this. You want to have porn? Whoa, wait a minute. They're failing to assess what I bring up again and again, and will continue. The damage in sports of so-called transgender athletes. Not only do people resent it, they're on the other side of it. I think it's a 90-10 issue. But it also galvanizes them to have a target and something to vote about that they care about. They can't stand it. It really punches way beyond its weight. With all these other issues out there, the Trump campaign found that out. And Mikey Sherrill can go around telling us she's listening. It's the policies. The policies are anti-male, anti-young male. They cry with this. They constantly berate what they call toxic masculinity. They constantly have done this, and Trump, the difference is, was able to galvanize enough of these people to come out and vote. In the past, they did. They weren't voting for Democrats. They just weren't voting. They were apolitical. I think they somewhat still are. But Trump really made a surge along these lines. By the way, Barron Trump helped with that. And now Harvard has spread the rumor that Trump is going after Harvard because they rejected Barron Trump. And apparently, it doesn't seem to be the case that he was rejected by them. Melania Trump has denied it, so we'll see if Harvard produces the evidence with Barron Trump back into the ring again. Henry, you had something there?
No, I just think that's funny.
Yeah,
I mean, like, didn't Ivanka go there already too? Like,
I don't know if any of them went
with Kushner,
to
right?
Harvard.
Because they hung out with Natalie Portman.
Yeah. I don't know that Ivanka went to Harvard though. Yeah,
not
sure.
I assume that might not be right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But
Kushner definitely did.
Yeah, Kushner. Yeah, the Kushner family.
No, Ivanka went to Wharton.
Oh.
Yeah, the
like
father,
Pops.
Wharton, the whole thing. Yeah. So this idea, would I want DJ or Luke to go to Harvard? If they wanted to, I can't see DJ at Harvard. No, he's too much his own. It wouldn't work. It's too academic type of straitjacket. DJ needs to be able to float around. Luke would thrive there, though. But no, I mean, it's, Matt DeSantis, a really smart guy. I'm glad he went to it. It's a pedigree. The piece of paper still counts for something. But Harvard is miscalculating. They can't withstand the power of Trump and the federal government when we're talking billions of dollars. Even they can't. And by the way, the big, beautiful bill, Robert, I bet Ben Salem saw this, has put in new taxation around all these big endowments they have. What's Harvard's $57 billion? Where it's a formula based upon number of students and endowment and all that. They've been getting away with murder when it comes to taxation. I mean, I think Penn is still seen as a nonprofit somehow or another. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That'll get you in Dom's Money Melody coming up in about 15 minutes, all here on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-403-5566. 800-403-5566. 800-403-5566.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location, and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We'll play you a little bit Caroline Leavitt from the news conference today. The Homeland Security has backed away a little bit, giving Harvard 30 days to comply with the whole situation here with the foreign students. I'm not sure why, a fig leaf. I just think Trump should follow through with taking away federal funding from California, put it in motion. I don't know that that's going to stop this track event this weekend. Does it matter? I think it matters politically. I think it's a bold stroke. When more Americans see this guy going against females and winning by one competition in a sexual, one of them, I don't know if it was the long jump or the triple jump, by 8 feet, they get enraged. I don't think there's anything to lose here by acting now, just to say, nope, you know what? I can't stand this. This is wrong. I'm not going to let them run out the clock and go forward with this. And the more they scream, don't you have bigger things to think about? I've thought about this. No, this is big. This is the epitome of insanity. It's the right thing to do to move heaven and earth to stop it. And it's the politically right thing. People love it when you move on this. And if they see this guy that we've been talking about and putting up on YouTube, A.B. Hernandez, for a while, and they see this play out, and this weekend, apparently, there are going to be hundreds of parents there protesting. We've had on the dads. They wore these pink sweatbands and things of that nature that had a message and got kicked out in an event. We've seen this around the country. And they move in on them quickly, arrest them, do all kinds of things. How in the world does it get to a point where the emperor has no clothes or gender that's appropriate for this, and it goes on? All right, 855-839-1210. Now, AOC in a fundraising pitch, and for, the radical base of the Democrat Party, it's not so surprising. But for the average American, the fundraising pitch says, hey, we just have to abolish ICE. We don't need ICE. We don't want ICE. Now, she said that for a while, but she's codified it now. Here's a little bit of Caroline Levitt from today's news conference.
Last night, the Trump administration faced another example of judicial overreach. Using his full and proper legal authority, President Trump imposed universal tariffs and reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day to address the extraordinary threat to our national security and economy posed by large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits. The United States has run a trade deficit of goods every year since 1975. In 2024, our trade deficit in goods exceeded $1 trillion. Everybody agrees this is unacceptable. President Trump is delivering on his promise to fix this problem, and he has taken a long overdue and much needed bold stance for American workers after decades of our manufacturing base being hollowed out.
She just run a mile?
The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense. President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chains, and our defense industrial base is dependent on foreign adversaries. 3 judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump to stop him from carrying out the mandate that the American people gave him. These judges failed to acknowledge that the President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. Congress had created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day.
All right, let's stop it there. And that's true, the congressional power, et cetera. And here is former CNN host with his own podcast, Jim Acosta, with star guest Jasmine Crockett telling her he thinks President Trump might arrest her.
Let me ask you about the ICE stuff, because, I mean, I have been going off on this on my show. To me, it's not America when ICE agents can show up in masks, sweep people up off the street, send them out of the country without due process, put them in these facilities, and we don't even know what's happening inside these facilities. So, of course, it makes sense that members of Congress would want to go visit one of these ICE facilities and say, okay, what's going on here? We're members of Congress. We represent the people. We want to know what's going on here. And then there's this scuffle where they're giving these members of Congress a hard time. And I'm worried about folks like yourself, Congresswoman, because I have to assume that, you know, of course they would like to arrest you and some of the others who are more outspoken in the House. That's just me thinking that.
No, you're absolutely right. It's interesting because my deputy chief, who's quite young, still has his grandmother, who he calls this particular one Nene. And so I was having to go to El Paso. After I got done in D.C., I had to go to El Paso to testify in federal court as relates to the redistricting that was done in 2020 in the state of Texas. Yeah. And his grandmother did not know why we were going to El Paso, but she thought we were going to a detention facility. Said, I don't know about Jasmine going, because you know they want to lock her up and they probably going to grab her and throw her in too. And so, you know, it is sad that people are fearful and that they are looking at people like me and really scared because they know that there is a target on my back when you have the President of the United States who consistently drops my name and gets...
Yeah, what's that all about?
Yeah, you got to love it. That's what it's about. All right. Buddy of the show, father and now son, Mike Chitwood. And we might be able to put this up on YouTube. It's up on Mediaite, Dan or Henry. He's the sheriff in Florida that we've had on several times. He confronted a guy they were extraditing, Matthew Moulton, 43-year-old resident of Walla Walla, Washington, as he arrived at Daytona International after being arrested and extradited to Florida for allegedly emailing Chitwood death threats. Apparently, Chitwood has jumped in at a high school there, and he's to stop violent acts against students. He confronted this guy and told him, "You will not see Mickey Mouse on this trip." But you have to see this flea bag guy coming down an escalator And the sheriff is like holding a back and forth with him here, telling him exactly, yeah, I'm the sheriff. We got to do more with the death threat crew. And that's what Chipwood is doing here. It's constant. It's beyond belief, the number of people that seemingly get away with it. All right, let me go to Tyler and Voorhees. Tyler's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tyler, welcome in.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about these lefty radical judges. Why does Trump keep appointing them to benches?
All right, Tyler, thank you very much. You know, if you want to call in and straight up say, I hate Trump, let's go down this path, et cetera, just tell me, okay? You can do that.
I'm pursuing Chitwood. It would be pretty cool to get him on, huh?
Oh, yeah. Get him on. He'll come on and talk about it. Do we have that yet? Do you have the YouTube footage of it? Particularly this guy coming down the escalator. Chipwood has been involved in several incidents, and Mike Chipwood was an unbelievable police chief out there in Upper Darby. We do have it. All right, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Here's Mike Chipwood Jr. I don't know if he goes by Junior or not, but he is the Junior, confronting the guy that they brought there with the death threat thing. And this is around the fact, the guy didn't like the fact that he was incensed over a news report that Sheriff Chipwood arresting and publicly shaming and sharing the name and photo of students who made threats to commit violent acts against students or schools. That's right. You know, we've seen this several times here. The old Daily News and some used to put on the front cover people that have committed certain actions, right, to expose it. Chipwood did that, so this guy threatens to kill him. youtube.com/1210WPHT. Here's how it sounded. Long escalator
Matthew,
ride.
I'm Sheriff Chitwood. I'm the guy you want to kill. And there's nothing I can do about it. Challenge accepted.
I sent you a sermon. It was from Romans chapter 5, 6 and 7.
But you do know in Florida, a written threat to kill is a felony. You know that. Well, look, just so you know, I'm the one who made sure you came back, and I hope you enjoy your stay at the branch jail.
You violated
I will also tell you that you will not see Mickey Mouse on this trip, and you have to reimburse us for your flight here and for your stay at the county jail. Why don't you look me in the eye and tell me why you want me dead? Why do you want me dead?
I am a Christian.
So am I.
All I can do is to know you
so
are
am I.
You are not.
How do you know that?
Because in Corinthians it says bondsmen are not Christian.
Okay. Well, we're going to take you.
You are not Christian.
We're going to take you where you need to go.
Fine.
We will make sure the cell has rubber in it.
All right.
I had trouble getting in a car there, too.
Yeah, here's the aforementioned Mike Chipwood, who is a Christian, but you're a bondsman. You can't be a Christian. Hey, Mike, welcome back to town. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on. How's everything going?
Very well, Mike. I'm glad to say we wish you were here in this area, but you're doing your damage there in Florida. So this guy was mad because you did what in this violent situation? You exposed, you named names of people that were threatening?
Yeah, about 2 years ago, our community came under attack by a bunch of neo-Nazis who attacked our Jewish community. They went around into Jewish neighborhoods dropping leaflets about how Hitler was right. The Jews need to be exterminated. And they had wooden pellets in Ziploc bags that was simulating the poison pills that were put into the gas chambers in Germany. So we were able to identify about 7 of these clowns. And they were a rogues gallery of who's who of criminality, child pornography, domestic violence, DUI, ag assault with a firearm. So we held a press conference and said, this is who invaded our community. And we put up their pictures and their arrest photos and the fact that they belong to this Goyim Defense League is what they called themselves. And they were terrorizing different Jewish communities throughout the state of Florida. So we held a press conference. I had every religious denomination in there. I had everybody in our community come together to rally around our Jewish community, and we did this. And, man, did it unleash hell. They went after my parents. They swatted their homes. They went after my daughters. They went after me with death threats. They published my home on the Internet with directions on how to get to my house from I-4 and 95. And then the death threats just came in from around the world, how I was going to get blinded by lasers, and my daughters were going to get raped, and they were going to set my grandkids on fire, and look out your bedroom window at night. We got an AK-47 with a scope on it. So we locked up about 7 people 2 years ago on it. And every once in a while, I guess these people that live in their attics with their mother, or they live in the garage at their mother's house, those clips resurface, and then you get the death threats. You know, this guy was, death is coming for me. There's nothing I could do about it. You just better sit back and take it. They need to rid the world of people like me. And in Florida, that's a felony.
Yeah.
You know, you get online, you threaten somebody, you threaten school, it's a felony to 3rd degree. Well, this guy lives in Walla Walla, Washington with his mother, and he kept sending these threats in under the guise it's the Bible. And, you know, my response was challenge accepted, my man. We'll come out and get you.
Well, Mike, I'm so glad you did that. One of my pet peeves, and you probably have seen, you mentioned 7, and I know it's difficult. You just can't make death threats, particularly repeated death threats. Particularly, it's bad enough with the individual but then they go family, and then the swatting, which I want to ask about in a moment. Why is law enforcement, why don't we hear more of this? I mean, you and the father are beyond proactive. Maybe it's that. I think it's worth any expense, anything, to grab these people and to send a message, no, you're not going to get away with this.
No, I agree, because it's not just that we're in law enforcement. How about the teachers and the judges?
Right.
And you have a relationship where it goes sour. The person who's jilted turns around and swats you or does revenge porn on you, and people say, "Oh, let it go. It's a harmless threat." It's not a harmless threat, because the people in these chat rooms, and you can tell by active shooters around the country, they develop a grievance based on race, religion, sexual orientation, and then they act like an avenging angel based on this rhetoric in these chat rooms.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Mike, why swatting? I don't want you to give away. You wouldn't. Your procedures because of security. But in general, it seems a lot of law enforcement organizations react to them. And I get, I don't think they're that convincing sometimes. And we're just going out there bringing SWAT teams in. I'd like to see more precaution taking there, because this is the weapon of choice of a lot of these people.
You're right. In Florida, the governor just signed a bill last week that really enhanced the penalties on it. But I'm lucky, because part of my responsibilities is I run the communication center. So we have technology in there. When a swatting incident comes in, that there's a guy parked out of his school and he's got all this ammunition, we're pretty good at detecting where that is coming from, whether it's coming from overseas, whether it's coming in from a spoof number. So we know when we're responding, hey, you got to respond, but keep in mind, we're tracking this to Copenhagen, or we're tracking this to Mexico. It's coming up on a spoof number, or we've checked real quickly. There's been threats throughout the country that have come in from this number. So I think we're getting better in law enforcement with the use of technology. And in my case, my address is flagged and my parents are flagged. So if they say, like they did with my grandson, I just shot and killed my grandfather and wait for the first cop to come in, and I'm going to kill them, and I'm going to kill myself. They knew the address. Hey, that's the sheriff's house. And it's kind of hard for him to be killed by his grandson. He was just on the radio stopping a car 2 minutes ago. So, I'm lucky in that regard, with my parents.
So, Mike, you're saying then with this technology, and I hope more police departments get it, that yes, you have to respond, of course, but there might be a degree that's a little bit more cautious here, given what you know.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. We just had a shooting at Walgreens. A customer walks in, he gets disgruntled because medical coverage won't cover the cost of the medication, so he whips out a gun, he shoots the pharmacist and shoots the assistant store manager. He goes out in the parking lot and he kills himself. And the reason I tell you that is in real time, we have a system down here called Live 911. So when the person calls 911 and is talking to the call taker, the deputies and the police officers actually hear that call live before it's ever dispatched. So reflection of the voice of the caller, the description. Sometimes you hear the gunshots in the background. Holy cow, this is a live call here that we're going in on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Mike. So, again, what else is new? I don't know how many times we see you in the news, and seeing this guy come down the escalator, my God, he stepped out of every caricature you could possibly find of the type of guy that would be doing this.
Yeah, everyone we've brought back here, whether they were from New Jersey or California, wherever they're from, they are all out of central casting when you look at them. You're like, yep, this guy lives in his mother's house and will be sending death threats out to other people. But, part of my shtick is if you commit a crime against somebody in my community, in particular fraud against my elderly residents, when we track your ass down, you're coming back on a flight, and me and the victim are going to meet you when you come down that golden staircase, because I want you to look in the face of the 68-year-old or the 88-year-old who you just defrauded out of $100,000. So last month we brought somebody back from New York and somebody back from Chicago that were running scams that affected our elderly community. So I think you need to come back and face the consequences if you commit a crime here against our residents.
Is your dad still working out 2 or 3 hours a day?
Oh, my God. He is. He's falling off his damn bike. So I don't know what's up with that, but he's in the gym every morning at 5 o'clock, and he comes home at 7:30, and he goes out and he takes a 15 to 20-mile bike ride.
Oh, my God. All right. He's still tell him we miss him. We miss you guys here, Mike. Thank you. Thanks for jumping on today.
Hey, it's always a pleasure, my friend, and I'll tell you, I love what the Phillies are doing, man. It's fantastic watching them from far away.
Oh, yeah. They're now I'll get you on this, Mike. Is it gravy or sauce? We asked every prominent person on here. We have quite a shootout, so to speak, going on here.
It's gravy, and my grandmother, God rest her soul, she's turning over in her grave if anybody said sauce in her house.
Sauce, Mike. Sauce, Sheriff.
Well, he's a Borowski, so,
yeah,
beat him on
he's a Chitwood. Come on.
I think Dan ought to be coming down that escalator for his annex here, Mike.
Maybe you're arrested next.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
All right,
sir.
All right, we're at
All right,
about
see you.
6 to 3 of people I've just routinely men off the street I've asked here the answer not knowing. Gravy at this point. All right. Yeah. The death threat thing caught our attention. More has to be done on it. All right. We're going to do Money Melody at 2:30 today. You'll get that for tickets to the Reading Phillies. Phone line 855-839-1210. Another judge has ruled the Khalil guy at, is he the NYU guy? Columbia guy. Deportation is likely unconstitutional. Oh, really? Well, then say it is. How long does this guy get to stay? How long do they drag it out? All right, you got the side question, 855-839-1210. I love what he said about swatting and the technology they have. And you heard that DeSantis just signed a bill increasing the penalties. Got to stop. The danger of this, the just sheer getting away with it, seems to be a crime you don't get caught with too much. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
That 4th of July parade celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom. In White Marsh Township, it's back on.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah. See what the power of 1210 can do. Maybe now More Than the Curve, the website, can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes. This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism.
Power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen voiced your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is
still $1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th.
800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Officials in Darby Township, Delaware County have shut down a volunteer fire company because of a staffing shortage. Christiana Care wins a bid to purchase several Crozier outpatient facilities in Delco. And the brand new Formula Arcade and Bar in Center City revs up for today's grand opening.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You heard that promo with Nick and Kale and Company. And Dan was out in the parking wars, A&E. Dan stalking Chestnut Street looking for a parking place. When we talked about it early on, again, very happy with what happened over in White Marsh Township. I plan to go to that July 4th parade just to see the added security and to see what this guy's come up with. But I really believe that listeners of his station, I know Nick talked about it a good bit, and we certainly did, and Christine called in, one of our listeners who started the petition drive there. That had a lot to do with really putting the spotlight on the bizarro world that was happening when I went to their meeting last week. They only met for 10 minutes last night. They declared the parade is on with added security measures. That's fine, but I want to see what this police chief comes up with that means added security. As far as more than the curve, I give them a lot of credit for exposing what happened with apparently the treasurer, Christine Dan said, was not there last night. He's the guy that allegedly was out there telling people, hey, you're a vendor. You better not be on social media saying weakness begets weakness and stuff like this. So what's this guy actually going to do that's added security that he couldn't have just done before? And I think people were amazed that seemingly a sane community lost their mind here by just getting rid of a parade. Xanos was following all this as we talked about it. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I want to thank you and your radio station for pursuing this and all the callers that called in about White Marsh. You know, it's good. I think some of them might have got their brains back. You know what I mean? They were frozen somewhere in space, but they got it back. And I'd like to thank you and your radio station for that. It's something to have tradition. You know, we got to keep this tradition. This country gave us so much. And to devote maybe 2 hours in the parade, you know, it's worth it for all this country that gave us immigrants and everybody else. That's worth it. To me, it's worth it.
Yeah, and look, and I understand the significance of Memorial Day, but I've always been Americana is July 4th and July 4th parades. To your point, it's when we celebrate all of these things. There's no holiday like it.
There's no holiday like it. I put out flags. I put out everything for that day. And like I said, I came here when I was 2 years old from Greece, and I love this country deeply.
Absolutely. Well, we're so glad that we heard that first call from you on Memorial Day. So great to hear from you again. Who's your person that you think our opinion changed about?
Von Braun. He was, I believe he wasn't a Nazi, but I believe he was in the German Wehrmacht. He's the one that did the V2s, okay?
Yes.
You know,
Right.
They fell on London, mistake, but he was, the redemption was he became NASA's, one of NASA's top engineers for rockets, which landed on the moon.
Absolutely. Von Braun, yeah, it was, I would say, probably the critical figure for NASA, for missiles, for all that stuff. Yeah, that's a really good one. All right, that's what we're looking for. All right, we have Dom's Money Melody coming up. I hope you enjoyed Mike Chitwood, though, in Florida. Oh, man. And they actually have like a staircase where they meet these people, and he's at the other end. Where did this guy come from? Well, if you remember, Mike Chitwood over in Upper Darby. Nobody liked him over the years. Dan, Mike Chitwood and I judged a dance contest, as I told you. Can you imagine?
There, yeah.
Yeah, I don't dance.
Makes a lot of sense.
He could lock him up. But it was the quintessential Philadelphia dance contest where you had one of the worst defense attorneys. Reasonable doubt for a reasonable price is his code word, I think, right? He was in the contest along with two people who went to jail. Sadly, the DA, who has really redeemed himself, and Shaka Fatah, who I don't know if he's out of jail or not yet. And Shaka is inviting me over for some bourbon, trying to influence the judges, I think. I don't know who I voted for. It was at Strawbridge's. But you talk, and it was Chitwood and me and two dance instructors determining who the best dancers were.
You know, Ro told me one time that one of her dreams is to get you into a ballroom dancing class.
Yes, yeah, that may be happening, yes.
Dancing with the Stars?
I would do a slow, I do the sleep. You saw at your wedding, but after that,
Yeah,
I
you
just
were a good
feel.
dancer at the wedding. Two left feet. But
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Maybe if you stop driving with your left foot, you become a
That
better
could help.
dancer.
Henry, we don't know your dancing prowess, so you're any good?
I have rhythm.
Okay.
I wouldn't say
there
I'm
we go.
particularly, elegant, but
I can
I'm
imagine
on the
Henry
beat.
dancing, to be honest.
Okay, I thought Dan was, and I think Maisie was excellent. So.
No.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice
You're too
anything.
kind, Dom. I appreciate it.
The guy who impressed me, and I was surprised, was the father of the bride.
Mike?
Mike
Yeah,
is
Mike's a great dancer.
Yeah, he was very much out there. Yeah,
He was doing the sprinkler, and the stanky leg. He did a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I could hit those.
Now, Rose,
Oh, yeah?
Rose's big thing is the
YouTube.com.
line dance where women all look at their feet as they're doing the line dance.
Yeah,
thing.
like the cha-cha slide and the
Yeah,
electric
all
slide.
that. Oh, the electric slide.
Maisie loves it.
You're not
so.
married unless you do that. You can't
I
do
didn't
it.
want that crap at the wedding. But
I know. I didn't want
One
any
hop
of it
this
either.
time.
No, none of it. They take their shoes off about halfway through. That starts up.
Everybody clap your hands.
At least there was no mummer strut stuff. Yeah, that I remember. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Dom's Money Melody coming up. We'll get a winner, and you're off to
Right
the
now.
radio.
Right now.
Oh, right now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
At
Did you have a live
2:30.
read here, too?
Yeah, that's okay.
I guess, okay.
Good.
We can do both.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
all the money gone.
All right, we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the New Hampshire Fisher Cats. First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Thursday, June 12th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com.
Yeah, Dom, so we're talking today about people who did stuff in the past that maybe they've redeemed themselves in the public eye somehow or some way.
Okay.
And Dom, I'm somebody in the 80s, right? Huge. Started a relationship with an individual. They starred in 13 films together. Power couple throughout the 80s. Then the 90s, Dom, took over the headlines by storm after a controversy. Well, him and this individual, his co-star, were never married, but they shared a relationship, and Dom, a very strong controversy that everybody remembers. I don't want to spoil too much about it, but in the 90s, this guy left the other individual that he co-starred with for someone very close to their family, is what I'll say. So, Dom, who is this person now singing, covering I'm Through With Love, that's been redeemed somehow in the public eye, where I don't know if they should have been. Take a listen.
I'm through with love.
I'll never fall again. Said adieu to love, don't ever call again. For I must have you all alone. And so I'm through with love.
Yeah, so Dom, again, that individual starred with another individual in 13 films together, leading to a relationship throughout the 80s and the 90s, made headlines after a very strange situation broke out.
If anybody guesses this, I'm going to be shocked, given I would have had no clue now that I know the answer. And
he has to very carefully word it in order to not give it away.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Yes.
Oh,
It's so oddly specific and weird that once you,
Yeah. All right. If you
Another
get
clue?
this,
Howard Stern made tons of jokes about this, so I'll give you that much, yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Hit us with that. You're off to the Reading Phillies, and you get the belt for the day. You're the winner of Dom's Money Melody. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. In order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Now remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop right now at res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Talk Radio 1210's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us Friday, June 6th for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, to kick things off in style. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. Stop by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Don Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It's Friday, June 6th. We'll see you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I planned to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, this is a home run today. If you get this one, let's hear the clue. Who's covering this?
Don't ever call again, for I must have you all no one. And so I'm through with love.
Yeah, so Don, the clue was that in the 80s, this guy led to a power couple with another individual.
Right.
13 movies they put out together. And then in the 90s, something hit the fan and made headlines when a controversy broke out. I don't want to give much more away.
Never understood it. Liked a little bit of the early career, but my God.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rosalind in Philly. Rosalind, who is the singer? Rosalind.
Rosalind.
Rosalind? Yeah. Who's the singer?
Who's the singer?
All right, thanks, Rosalind. Stephen Langhorne. Steve, who's the singer?
Woody Allen.
How did you know that, Steve? In a million years I would have gotten that.
You gave too many clues away, man.
No, I was trying to be careful,
no,
man.
You gave so many clues away. It was ridiculous.
That's Dan. I tell him all the
Oh, come on. No, don't throw me under. Look, no.
No, I'm not trying to, dude. I'm just telling you the truth.
I'll put you on hold, Steve. Enjoy the Phillies. It is Woody Allen.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
And I think everyone knows the story now that they heard the name, right?
Well, I don't think Woody Allen's redeemed. Is Roman Polanski redeemed? Polanski more than Allen.
Well, I feel like in the New York social circle, the Hollywood crew, people still kind of look at both those guys in a positive light for some weird reason.
Is Woody still stateside? Do we know that?
Yeah, I think he is.
All right.
So he still makes
so he's in
movies, I
better
think,
standing than Roman.
Right, that's true. Yeah, well, what he's accused of, I would say Roman Polanski's worse, if I could characterize this. Yeah. I got a way,
There's
Dan,
no doubt about that, yeah.
to get one of our favorites. She's in such demand, hard to get her on. Hit her with a text and just say, well, maybe you can't beat Keith Olbermann. Riley Gaines has challenged Keith Olbermann to a race, all in fun, for charity, but no one wants to see him in a Speedo because Keith Olbermann went after her and said she finished 85th in the Olympic trials. She was 15 at that time when she tried out the first time, Riley Gaines. In other words, on this whole trans thing, he's attacking Riley Gaines as a bad swimmer. Keith Olbermann is the latest. So she challenged him to a race where the loser puts up $5 money to the charity of the winner's choice. I'm literally one of the fastest Americans of all times, but okay. What levels can we stoop to, can we get to here with Olbermann, who every Columbus Day I post whatever I said, that Columbus was braver, arguably, than even the astronauts, something like that. Oh, man, that set him off. Columbus.
Do you know Olbermann, or do you have a contact for him? Because we got a great, day coming up June 20th.
Sure, just
with a beach and
just
an
tweet
ocean
something
that we
at
can
him.
That's right.
Get the mayor to set up a buoy and have him do a race. Have Riley come out and Keith Olbermann out at Wildwood Boardwalk and
Paula Scanlon can tag in since she's
there you
supposed
go.
to.
Yeah.
No, I don't. But maybe DM him. I don't know. That would be.
Tweet
imagine. Johnny, we get Keith Olbermann in the room back
Keith,
there.
we're extending an invite for a race on the Wildwood Beach between you and Riley Gaines.
Right, or Dan Borowski will swim against.
Shove ourselves into
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Amazing. And then he attacked Joan Cohen, the whole history with this guy. But it gets to the trans battle. Look who's on that side. People like Oberman. They're losing more each and every day. I just wish Trump would finish them off. I'll have to admit it. And I'll start with Henry. Henry, you can tell me I'm making too much importance of this. You're the sports guy. I cannot stand, and I know I'll be watching to see A.B. Hernandez win this weekend. I can't take it. There's broader things in the world. This offends me the most at this moment in time.
Yeah. No,
it does.
I'd like to see how that triple jump event pans out, too. If
Right.
he can still win by 8 feet, which is a very substantial amount.
Against the best girls in California, which would be among the top 10 in the country without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 8-foot mark, people that don't know sports, how can we explain how enormous that is? It's like we're playing a child.
Well, I think with all these things, you got to put yourself in their shoes. Like, you want to do the triple jump real quick? All right, let's see how far you can jump, and then we'll compare you to the high school girls, and we'll compare you to this AB person as well.
You know what? I'd love to set up a triple. I've never done the triple jump. I wasn't bad in the running broad jump. I wasn't fast. I did relays. But the triple jump to me looks pretty intense.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, you got to get that timing exactly right.
Yeah.
For each.
And this guy's winning by 8 feet. So President Trump, don't just bluster with California. Make a move on them. They're defying you. They're giving extra medals out, extra girls, and they're saying, now go away. This is what we're going to do. All to prop up his parents. This guy's parents are the worst. What would you be telling? You can hit me on Twitter, too, at DomShow1210. Henry, what would you tell if you had a daughter down the I would be encouraging them to just go all out here. On I don't know what else you can tell them to do.
Give them hell.
Yeah, just to go all out.
Give them hell, and if you gave it your best, that's all that matters. You know what?
Right. You're probably going to be kicked out if you're booing this guy, but I think you're at a sporting event. I think you can boo.
I mean, at least for PIAA, I don't think it's very.
You're not allowed to boo?
It's very frowned upon. I'll say that much. I don't know if it's exactly a rule against it. Like, obviously, you can't have like lights and noisemakers and stuff.
Yeah.
But, like,
well, no
no
so-called hate speech.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be trying to get them the other way. I mean, DJ and I had a tendency coaching hardball. Occasionally, if the pitch looked like it would get away, and the other team, would try to make the catcher throw the ball down there. That kind of. Here he comes. I think you should be able to do that.
Yeah, well, that's a little gamesmanship right there. Yeah.
Here he comes. 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round next. That's how you get on board. Elon Musk, the bill could be big or beautiful, but not both. Elon Musk has done a lot. So I'll give him a little bit of space to be critical on this because I don't think he's a player that it's going to matter that he's critical of the big, beautiful bill. Because there are things in there that are difficult to swallow, but we got to get it over the finish line. That's the ticket. That's the way to go. All right, lightning round. Get in. Get your name into the hat for a great prize that we'll pick tomorrow. 855-839-1210.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, That's 800-355-8282.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The fun continues after the final out. Fans 55 and over are invited to take part in Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases after the Phillies host the Cubs on Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at Phillies.com/theme nights.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercial, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280. Or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round. So JFK birthday, we came up with somebody who either time or redemption or something, people seem like, oh, we don't hold anything against them. Let's go to Joe and Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, good afternoon. Who do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My person of renown is Jimmy Fela. He drives a cab in New York City and works as a comedian on the side. Then, through his friendship with Rizzioli, he comes to the attention of station WPHT, where he is given a slot on the radio from 7 to 10 p.m. as bloviator of social discourse.
All right, thank you, Joe. I don't hear any
Joe answer.
I don't hear any scandal there or anything.
I was
he
gonna
did
say,
with-
comparing it to someone like Sitting Bull. This is a
Are
cab
you kidding me?
driver.
This guy's a cab driver. Are you kidding me?
And what he-
irredeemable.
Yeah, he didn't
What's that
kill.
about?
He didn't kill Custer.
Cab drivers are great individuals.
He didn't do what Woody Allen did. He's not Roman Polanski.
He's friends with Rich Zioli. That's unforgivable.
There you
Get
go.
out of here.
Yeah, Drew.
Sure fella, great guy. Great
Well,
host.
this guy, this guy should be banned. How many times am I going to have to hear this from? Oh no, it's. I thought it was the chef. It's Drew in Upper Darby. I can't believe what he's saying. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Real quick, Dom, here's my take on it, and I'll be brief. What sounds more appropriate, spaghetti sauce or spaghetti gravy?
Yeah.
Spaghetti gravy.
No, get out of here.
Or just gravy. Leave the spaghetti
Dude,
out.
that's
Just say it's
Clemenza
gravy.
and
Manja,
Godfather.
manja.
I just don't want a Dom. Hey, buddy, I'd rather face Iron Mike Tyson than a Dom. Hey, buddy. But hey, back in the '60s, Dom, when this guy played for the Phillies, he wasn't very well liked. He was outspoken about the social issues. He even got death threats. But then when he left the team, and when he came back in the '70s, he was like the darling of the city. I don't know whether it was public guilt or if he changed. It was Richie Allen. Thanks,
Absolutely. These guys wouldn't know. I love Richie Allen, though, when he first came up. Oh, my God. There was nothing like him. One of a kind. And he deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. The Earl of Tacony has got one I think Dan referenced yesterday. Earl, who's yours?
I'm going to go with Robert Downey Jr. I mean, granted, he'd been smoking weed with his father since the age of 6. You would have thought with his stellar performance in Less Than Zero, he would have learned about the dangers of drug use. But his drug use got to be so bad, Saturday Night Live did a cartoon where Robert Downey Jr., Anne Heche, and Margot Kidder would get high and terrorize Los Angeles. He was on TV all the time in court for all of his drug charges, and he cleaned up his act, and he managed to take, in my opinion, a second-rate comic book character and turn him into a really cool rock and roll superhero, Iron Man.
That's a good one. Bill in Bucks. Bill, who's yours?
He was a former president who resigned in disgrace, but later became an elder statesman, Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Yeah, I like Nixon. I have to, the whole manner of the stuff, the most awkward guy ever that became president. All right, Dan, who have you liked today?
Pete Rose has called in a couple of times.
That was a good one.
The Jimmy Fallon answer was
bizarre. Yes.
Bizarre, but
Good answer.
Muhammad Ali, Sitting Bull, also up there.
Oh, Sitting Bull. That was a great out of the box.
Ted Kennedy.
True. Yeah, but Ted Kennedy's not fully redeemed. Yeah. Henry, how about yours?
Why not throw Werner von Braun in there as well?
Yeah. True.
In addition, but I did like Sitting Bull. I like Robert and Ben Salem's personal answer of Ali.
Yeah. I like the Sitting Bull because I think that's true. The guy who killed Custer, then America said, oh, what the hell? Let's go with Sitting Bull. Let's put Sitting Bull
Joe
in there.
Bordentown.
By the way, we got about 15 seconds for this answer, Dan. I'm looking at this. We got to get into it tomorrow. Study out today. What is the average height and weight for an American woman? Average.
Oh, boy.
5'6", 120.
Okay, Henry.
5'4", $120.
All right, 170.8 and 5'3".
Wow.
I'm not making it up. It's the study that
Huh.
said it. Oh, yeah, I got to clip this. We got to get into this. It seems a little bit high to me. And the 5'3" seems a little bit short. That's the average height. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
No, that's what I think for height. It's
Yeah?
the other one that's
A little bit short.
little
Yeah, 170.8. Oh, my God. I don't have the male figures, ladies. We'll have that tomorrow. Rich C. always next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit California.